7 sharp, it's gonna stop. We're gonna be
Can you
recording.
pick your hand up when we have 30 seconds?
You know, we are almost there, and I will put my hand up, just to follow the process on this, Mark. And we've got 30 seconds. You're welcome.
Okay. It's funny.
Yeah, no, of course, always. So yeah, we'll be starting our meeting here at 7 o'clock sharp. And I guess before we officially get things going, maybe as a prelude to why you are listening to me talk, because I'm going to be your tour guide today. So John and I emailed, and he is joining us virtually, and he requested that I moderate and run today's meeting. So I'm going to be your tour guide, and I'm going to be managing the process here today for today's meeting. So anyway, Julie, you tell me when we're ready.
Whenever you're set.
All right, well, the time is 7 p.m. Today is today is February 24th in the year's 2026. And this is a meeting of our Village of Sherwood Hills Board of Trustee meetings. So welcome, everybody. We'll call this meeting to order. And Julie, if you wouldn't mind doing the roll call for tonight's meeting.
Yes. President Imes? I can see you, John.
Present.
Thank you. Carol Barford. Here. Emer Basooner.
Present.
Bob Falk.
Present.
Mark Lederer.
Here.
Shabnam Lutfi.
Here.
And Kate Olsvik. Here.
All right, that gets us past the roll call. If there are other folks that have just joined us, now that we're officially in session here, I'll repeat myself again. I'm Dietmar. I'm one of the trustees. I will be your tour guide today in today's meeting. John Ives and I emailed earlier in the week, and he's joining us remotely. So in order to manage tonight's meeting, I will be moderating here today. So that's the process. In terms of the next line item on the agenda, that's the approval of the agenda. I guess at this point in time, I would entertain some motions here. Well, Mark raised his hand first, so please have at it.
Okay, I move to strike item 7B3 and otherwise approve the agenda.
Okay, is there a second? Are there any other comments to the agenda?
Just 1 second. Just 1 second. 7B3. Oh, okay. Well, can I make a comment on that first?
Sure.
I think that it's important also for Carol to make a comment on that. So I put this on the agenda because I think that good governance matters and we need to have accountability and discuss things when there are issues to be addressed. But also the reason it's on the agenda is because Kurt Hansen has asked for it and he has an interest in the outcome of it. Kurt has asked that we postpone this till next board meeting, and I'm comfortable with that. Like, I mean, it doesn't have to be tonight. He wants it at the next meeting. That's fine. But I think that Carol has also been involved in this, so I would want her to have an input as well. So I'm comfortable pushing it to the next meeting, but Carol, I think out of respect, because you've been involved, you should have a say.
Thank you. Thank you. I just agree with what Shabnam said. The residents requesting this agenda item have decided to postpone it because of things pending in the ZBA process. And so I support their intentions.
Okay, Shabnam and Carol, thank you for that. Kate, please.
So I have another change to the agenda. So I don't know if I should offer that as an amendment to Mark's or.
I think we should entertain it as such,
Okay.
because well, in full disclosure, I would also like some things changed depending on what
Okay.
Kate proposes.
So I would like to suggest that agenda number 8, appointments, be postponed until we finalize our entire process. That's been on the agenda for a couple of months. We are very close to reworking that with the ranked choice voting and other things. So I would like to postpone that to a future meeting date.
I'll second that.
I'll
I think we'll
third
get
that.
Oh, okay, great, guys. Thank you. I think we'll get to process here. I think what we'll have to do is amend Mark's original motion, get a second on that, but I think we're not all done yet. So there's at least one more thing that I'd like to propose. And Julie, as you requested, I will go easy on you, but I would like to switch agenda item 7B, Roman numeral 10 and 11 around.
I'm sorry, Dietmar, could you?
Yep, so I'll repeat that again.
Yeah.
Line item 7B, Roman numeral 10 and 11. Just simply switch the order.
Just reverse the order.
Yep, you got it.
Oh,
That's it. So I think as far as the agenda is concerned, if I get my facts straight, Mark, you made an original motion that was seconded by Carol, and that original motion included removal of line item 7B, Roman numeral 3. Then Shabnam and Carol, you offered an explanation that came with that. Then Kate, you're proposing to remove, and again, at a later date, discuss or decide the appointments, line item 8 in its entirety, so with subset A, B, and C, is that accurate?
Correct.
And then I'm proposing on simply switching the order of line item 7B, Roman numeral 10 and 11 around. So this can become the motion of the body, but it also still belongs to you. So
I'll agree to the amendment of the motion.
great. Is there a second to that? Carol, you'll second that again as well. Thank you. I guess at this point in time, there is discussion that can be had on this motion that's in front of us. And Bob and John, and I guess Shabnam to some extent, I heard from you, but Bob and John, we didn't hear from you. This is the motion that's on the floor that's been seconded. Are there any other comments or changes that you would like to see? John, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Dietmar. I'm comfortable with the switch around from 11 to 10. I responded to Kurt Hansen regarding his request for moving Sweetbriar to March. I support that. Kate's amendment to the motion in terms of the appointments, I'll just point out, I think this is the second time we've offered Rob Stanky for Public Works. I know Rob has been attending the Public Works Committee meetings as an interested citizen. And we've talked previously, when vacancies occur, we should promptly fill those vacancies. I think I heard Kate say that up at a recent meeting. So I have the responsibility and I have the authority to advance these appointments. With respect to Michael Van Lanningham and to Peter Lewis, both expressed interest. You have copies of their applications. Both I've been involved in Plan Commission meetings. I know Michael has attended Plan Commission meetings. I know that he has been in the Village Hall reviewing materials for the last Plan Commission meeting. And, we have important things on our Plan Commission agenda. And I worry when you have two vacancies with what's before the commission now, you could run into a situation where we don't have quorum. And in fact, the last meeting, we were down to 4 members when we were discussing the Wimmer cyclotron proposal. And while that passed, we just needed a majority in that instance. I don't want to be in a situation where we're not able to govern because this body will not advance presidential appointments to these committees as stipulated in our ordinance. So I'll just say that for one. 2, I know all of you have received comments about other individuals.
Say, John, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt a little bit. I think this is getting beyond the simple explanation as to why things should stay on the agenda or come off the agenda.
Yeah.
And I want to give deference to you and your explanation. I think we're getting into more of the discussion point on this whole thing. So,
Okay, the only thing I just wanted to say to give the public some comfort and the board some comfort is the individuals that were mentioned, we reached out. In one case, we appointed that person to Finance Committee, which, as you know, is an important committee here. So we haven't looked over folks. All of these individuals are extremely knowledgeable in the areas of their committees, and I think we should move forward with those appointments.
All right, thank you, John. There's still a motion on the floor, which includes removal of item 8 at this point in time. Bob, I haven't heard from you. Are there any amendments that you want to make to the agenda?
No, I think you guys have made enough.
Okay,
Unless we want to strike the whole thing and go have a beer, that would be my only recommendation.
all right, fair enough. I think we got some business ahead of us, so let's get on with that. So there's a motion on the floor. It has been seconded. I will repeat myself again just for a complete clarity, not only for the people watching, but also most important, the trustees here. So the updated motion, which has been seconded, includes removal from the agenda of line item 7B, Roman numeral 3, as well as the entirety of line item 8, and then simply making a switch of line item 7B, Roman numeral 10 and 11, switching the order of that around. Yes, Julie.
Are you sure we want to say to remove them or to table them?
Fair enough. I think the purpose is to table them,
Okay. Just wanna
but
make sure.
removing them from tonight's agenda.
Correct. Okay, thank you.
Yep. So that's the motion that's been seconded, and that's in front of the body to vote on. So at this point in time, I guess all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. And guys, I'm going to watch online here. So I see, well, that motion passes. So they're enough to carry the vote on that one. So we have an agenda that we can work from that's been organized. And Julie, hopefully that wasn't too stressful on you.
We got it. Thank you, Dina.
All right, we're done with line item 3. Let's get to line item 4 here, statement of public notice. Julie, at this point in time, I get to ask you if this meeting has been properly noticed and if we are in compliance with the open meeting law.
Yes to both of those.
All right, thank you very much. As far as procedures and orientations are concerned, I guess my format is a little bit different here. What I want to say is, folks, thank you for coming. Folks that are here in person, thank you for joining us, our constituents and our constituent base. There are folks that are online joining us by Zoom. Those that want to be identified, join us by Zoom, so thank you. And I think there's a whole contingent that are also watching this on Facebook. Want to remain unanimous. I totally understand that. Sometimes I'm reminded that these meetings are watched beyond our boundaries and periphery of the village of Sherwood Hills. And folks outside of this village also watch them live or the recordings. So thank you guys, the likes of Mike Wilson, for being interested in what goes on in a political base and town or village in the village of Sherwood Hills. So thank you for joining. I hope this will be a good meeting tonight. I think Julie's plan is to try to get out of here by 10. Let's see if we can make that happen. All right, this gets us to line item 6, which is, oh, I'm sorry. One more thing on procedures and orientations. Folks, trustees, this message is to you guys from me. We have a jam-packed agenda. I am going to ask you to be brief, specific, and to the point. Let's not belabor things. Let's get our points across so we can move through this agenda in an efficient manner and get to all the items before we just get tired and sleepy and want to go home. So that's my ask of you guys. Public comments. This gets us to public comments. We typically start out with public comments for the people that are here. I think we should keep with that process. And Julie, you'll just kind of have to give me the nod if there are folks online that want to speak. In the format of what I've tried before, I'm going to ask public comments to be limited to 4 minutes. And when there's 3 minutes and 30 seconds left, I will raise my hand until you acknowledge that you see me, and then that gives you 30 seconds to finish. I ask everyone to be respectful of that, and again, that applies to people that are here as well as the ones that would like to speak that are joining us remotely. So with that, and without further ado, I'm going to open up the floor for public comments. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak? Please identify yourself. Just your name
Oh, me.
would be helpful.
You.
I'm looking right at you.
Right,
And if you
okay.
can speak loudly and clearly so the mic can pick you up, that would be helpful.
That never has a trouble with me.
Okay, very well.
I am Carolee Mahaney Braithwaite, otherwise known as Sam, 3424 Viburnum Drive, 36 years. We are in a hole. Financially, we are in a hole. I don't think anybody will disagree with that. And as I look through the agenda tonight, or I read the materials, the first thing I see is, oh, we're gonna get $5,000 to conduct a wage survey. When I was on personnel committee, we did the wage survey. We went around and basically called people and said, what are you paying them? And we looked at various different documents that were available. There are wage surveys online. And I don't really have a problem with the wage survey, except that it's $5,000 that at this point we don't have. Then I get down to the next one, data platforms that we're going to potentially buy into because we need to have all these for the open records requests. I'm predicting that we may have a change in the number of open record requests that we have in the future. So I am hoping that this is something that is not an annual cost and that we can feather it down if we don't need it. The next thing I find is we're going to hire consultants. We're going to hire consultants to look at the TID, which I'm wondering, why do we need to have a consultant to look at the TID? From what I can tell online, it looks pretty straightforward as to why you should early retire a TID. Now, maybe you need to have it because you need to know what the money is that's coming out of it and whether or not you can move it from 3 into 4 or vice versa, however it is you're going to do that. But it's another consultant. And then I look down and I go, oh, wait, another consultant. This one to start evaluating whether or not we're going to, or how we are going to do a revenue increase next year. Not a revenue, what's that thing called? Can't remember. Where you make me pay more taxes.
Tax levy referendum.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, so I mean, this is all I'm seeing as I'm going through the board agenda. Then I get down to PG&E, or no, sorry, that's California, MG&E, and I'm sort of wondering, wait a minute, where did this come from? And where's the green team recommendation on this? There is no green team recommendation. Now, as I understand, maybe John did call somebody on the green team, but I expect it was more like, we're going to do this, as opposed to, well, should we do this? And what do we need to investigate? There's a lot to investigate in this solar buy. I want to know, is this for battery backup? Are we selling it back into the MISO market? If we're selling it back into the MISO market, who's getting that money? I want to know more information about this before I simply say, oh, sure, let's go and do this because it's a good thing because it's solar. There's many ways to spend money to help the environment. Is this the best way? The green team has needed to be invigorated. It is things like this that can invigorate them. They can go and they can talk to MG&E. They can then be part of the rollout. They can be in the press releases. It gives them visibility. We don't need to have this just come from our board president. This needs to have a good look at it before we devote to it. And I know it's not a lot of money, but okay, again, I'm going to say hello. We're down to the next one. It's $2,000 more or whatever. And then it's 1.2 cents per kilowatt hour for the next year. Okay, so who's done the full? Yeah, am I out of time?
You have 30 seconds.
No. Okay. I am assuming that we have taken off the assignments, but I want to also say one last thing, the K-9 proposal. I am dead set against it. I do not understand where we are going to get the 40 hours a week every month to have somebody to be training the dog. We're already told we don't have enough staff as it is, and yet now we're going to add a dog. And then the admin themselves have said that they're not particularly endeared with this idea because it is going to cost, and we're going to have a special car. Goodbye.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sam. All right, is there anybody else, any other members of the public wishing to speak? Yes, sir.
There's no collusion here. From Sam, David Upham, 905 Columbia. I did do some number crunching, John. I read through, actually, do you have a second to pull up page 106 of the board packet if you're able?
I don't know if I can do that.
Keeping
right
it
now.
strictly to 7B7, and the MG&E proposal, I was able to do some math to determine that the proposal is going to be a 5-year expense of $12,950. And I just wanted to have that be part of the discussion. And my understanding from MG&E's math is different than what John's memo says. So I want to just have that be.
I can't do it while I'm taking notes.
I could share.
Thank you.
Gotcha.
Thanks, Kate.
So yeah, page 106. Right, so option one talks about, that's the $5 down per share, and then that kilowatt hour premium annually, and I might be getting into too much of the weeds here for a 7B7 conversation later. I can give the board copies of this packet and the math, but the description in John's memo talks about a smaller upfront premium that's paid every year and then no additional kilowatt hour expense. That's not the way MGE describes it. What they described is one upfront cost only in either option one or option two. And then option one has a per kilowatt hour expense. And as a matter of fact, option one and option two are exactly the same price under all scenarios. It's just the timing of the expenses. So 12,970 is the number for the 7B7 conversation. And that's all I have to say about that.
All right.
$12,950. $12,950.
Catch your mom with them so they can see it. Give them your memo. So
Yeah,
they can-
I'm
yeah,
afraid.
they should.
All right, David, thank you. Yes, are there any other members of the public wishing to speak? Yeah. Floor is yours.
Okay, so, actually, I'm gonna bring this with me. So I want to address money.
Could you,
I'm-
Gloria, I know
I'm
that,
Gloria.
I know you, but could you please identify yourself for Julie and for the public?
Yeah, I'm Gloria Beach. And I want to address money, but I want to start with the staff retention bonuses and an item on page 1 of the materials package written by Brian Mooney. A line that I highlighted that has been not included in the staff retention bonuses reads, inherent to any fixes proposed by the board this evening is the underlying need to address the current dynamic contributing to this. I can't read because of my glasses. Okay, that's what these are for. Contributing to the staffing departures. So we need to fix the problem. The problem isn't necessarily money. What I have heard from staff is that there's vacation time accruing that they can't actually take because they're needing to work so much. And so throwing money at them, yay, they get more money, but it doesn't necessarily address the inherent problem. And I think Brian Mooney's narrative does address that, but the motions don't capture that. And I think that I hope that the board will take that into consideration tonight when discussing the staff retention bonuses. To the TID closures, we do need to hire consultants for that. As a member of the finance committee, I absolutely support that we do need to hire consultants to look at the TID closures because we need to understand the amortization tables. We need to understand the logistics. And because, I mean, we just need to turn that portion over to the consultants. We can't pull this together with volunteer hours. That is something that does need to be turned over. But regarding the K-9 proposal, I read the memo. I saw the meeting in December in front of Public Health and Safety Committee, and I heard that this is a staff morale issue, that this could help with staff morale. That is not included in the memo that's in the board package tonight. The board memo tonight is a little bit different than the memo that was included in the December package. But what strikes me is, again, Brian Mooney's package description, his narrative regarding the police dog, it doesn't sound like the administration is behind this dog. And I understand that it's going to be donations, but I wonder, are we now setting up our departments to go out with their tin cups and raise money? And Public Works should do this too. And the different departments in our village, are we asking them to come to the board to lobby for their department to have this fund or this structure, I think it's inappropriate. And when I see the administrator writing about why this isn't such a great idea, it really makes me wonder why it's even in the board package. Because and maybe the flow chart, I asked somebody about org charts, and I guess maybe the police chief is lateral to the administrator, but I thought the police chief reported to the administrator. It would be helpful to have a more up-to-date org chart. So it just seems like we are looking at a proposed motion tonight to hire Ehlers to research, start looking into a tax levy referendum for 2027. At the same time as we're doing MG&E, and we're looking for MG&A, what is it, $13,000? Okay, $13,000 over 5 years. That we don't have to actually spend. Those solar panels are already built. We would just be saying, hey, we like it that you built those solar panels. But we can do that without paying. I mean, I don't know. I just think that we're not really in a position to do this. I think the analysis of MG&E, we are, I'm going off of memory, we're asking to raise from 47% to 76%. How much are we paying already to have 47% for MG&E? So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, there are a lot of members of the public in this room wishing to speak. I'm going to take a quick time out, and I see there's a person joining us online that has their hand raised as well. Could you please identify yourself, and then the floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Kelda Royce, and I've been a village resident for coming up on 5 years. And just wanted to share my
Kelda, I'm not sure if it's on our end, but I'm sorry, I need to stop my watch because it's not go against your 4 minutes. We're struggling with sound, so maybe you could speak up and we turn up the volume here. So
Sure.
let's try that again.
Okay. Stop me again if this isn't working. I'm usually not told that I'm too quiet. So
All right, let's
my
roll.
name is Kelda Royce, and I have lived in the village for coming up on 5 years. And I just wanted to share my dismay at the way that that we are treating one another in the village, and particularly the way that the village president is targeting one of the trustees and has for years in an attempt to, I guess, distract or deflect from his own shortcomings as a leader. He's been asked by all of the other trustees to resign repeatedly and has refused to do so, and is then likely going to force the village through a divisive and costly recall battle. And in the process, he's willing to, I guess, continue a very, very negative and divisive path of trying to make Trustee Lotfi into, into a boogeyman or a scapegoat. And I've known her for more than 10 years, and I have found her to be extremely intelligent, diligent, caring, compassionate, empathetic, a great listener. Someone, I don't always agree with her on everything, but I really appreciate the care that she puts into things and the advocacy that she does. She is often the first one and sometimes the only one to raise really important points, not only in this body and for the village, but in other work that she does in the community. And it makes me really sad to see the lack of kindness that is being displayed, and the way that the village is being portrayed in news media. I think it's unfortunate for all of us, and my hope is that this board will reject President Imes's most recent effort to try to undermine fellow trustees, and particularly the only person of color on this board, and will instead apologize for those and listen to what the trustees and many of the residents have been asking which is that he resign, be thanked for his long years of service to the village, and allow us to move on and try to heal and address the really more significant challenges that we face as a village that are going to be even harder for us to address if we continue to be mired in this kind of conflict and blame shifting and casting aspersions on people. So thank you for your consideration. Thanks for your service. I really know that public service is difficult. It is not for the faint of heart, but it shouldn't require this thick of skin at this level of government. There just shouldn't be so much acrimony and unkindness, especially directed towards, the one trustee who is often the one raising the important points that residents want raised. Thanks.
All right, well, thank you. Okay, we'll go back to the audience here. Yes, sir, I'm going to look to you. You had your hand raised. Why don't you come up here and identify yourself? I'm looking at you.
I'm Rocky. Rocky Van Assen, 33 with Talent Lane. A couple things. The one thing I'd like to start with is really don't like the format that we have right here with the board. Because we get to sit out here and speculate what you might do for the next 3 hours. We can talk about it now, and then that's it. Now we just sit and watch like we're at a carnival ride. How we used to do it before Dave and John and all this stuff came up here is once a motion was on the table, then the public could speak. Because now we know what the board was going to do. So without that kind of setup, we're just sitting here guessing what the hell you're going to do. With that said, here's guess one.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to refrain from the HE double hockey stick word or any words like that, please. Thank you. This is a public forum.
So guess number one, you're looking at chastising maybe the president and maybe the trustee. I don't know. What I find interesting about that is one, only he was elected and she was elected. Voters can recall and they can resign. It's not up to some board to say what they think about him. And the best part is it's Mark and Dietmar and John that drove this village off the cliff, not the one you're trying to get rid of. John should resign. Mark should resign. Dietmar is leaving. Those are the ones who are taking us down this rabbit hole the last how many years. And it's just, I find it interesting that the ones who are the problem are going after the one who's not the problem. So my hope is that the board will just stop doing this. If they're really bad, we'll recall them. Otherwise, just leave them alone. The elections are coming up. The other thing I want to ask about, I'm going to talk about the dog. The dog is just stupid. It's just, I mean, a dog. It's not enough. No. Now I'm flustered. I'm sorry. The whole thing with John and the trustee, I've lost my train of thought because I'm just so flustered that you guys even think because they're not the problem. The problem is you two and John. That's the problem. And if you really want to fix something, the three of you should go. Leave the rest and let us rebuild. All right. Now I understand you're done. I mean, for soon, that's great. Mark's still here for another year. All right. Fine. He'll be outnumbered 4 or 5 to 2. And John may stay or he may resign. I don't know. But come after this election, there's going to be at least 4 votes that are going to stop this train. I may or may not be one of them, but they're going to be there. And this train is coming to a screeching halt. We're not going to do consultants. We're not going to start spending money like drunken sailors, handing out bonuses when you don't need them. We're not going to do all this stuff. We're going to try to switch the committees back, get the trustees off the stupid committees because they shouldn't be on them. Trustees, you have your time to vote here. You shouldn't be voting on committees. You can be on committees, but you shouldn't be voting on them. You shouldn't be running them. So that's what I got to say. The bottom line is this whole thing about Hines and the trustee. I just think we should just table it. It's not your role to say anything about people who are elected to sit up there. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Are there other members of the public wishing to speak? Yes, sir. Please identify yourself.
Yeah, Michael Stina, 2814 Hartford Court. I may be the only one who's unhappy about the so-called candidate forum that you have every year where some person, I don't know who he is or what his qualifications are, he gets to vet all the questions and there's no back and forth between really the members of the village and the people who are running on for positions on the board. And that's this shame that it shouldn't be done that way. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Right, I'll go to Johnny first. Yes, sir. Please identify yourself and then.
John Fagley, 1004 Yale Road. John, I read your letter that you put out to some of the community. You didn't send it to me, but I read it. I was pretty disappointed in it. The reason I was disappointed in it is that, again, you're missing what's really going on. What you're trying to do is blame the community for raising doubts about your malfeasance. You're trying to throw Shabnam under the bus. I mean, the chaos wasn't caused by us. We have an absolute right as taxpayers, as residents, maybe an obligation to challenge some of the things that have been going on. One of the board members actually called, I mean, think of what you're taking us through. First, it's Sweetbriar, then it's the logic. One of the board members actually called those scandalous. And I think that's a pretty good word. Now we find out you're meeting with John Flatt. And I mean, you talk about transparency in your letter, but there really isn't very much transparency. That's the problem. And you're not getting it. And it's really important you get those. Now we're talking about a police dog. We don't need a puppy. I mean, it's like hiring an extra policeman. I mean, what's that dog going to do anyway? The terrible narcotic problems in Shorewood? That dog is going to be used to run all over Dane County, just like the drone. And what it means is we won't have officers here in our community because they'll be taking the puppy and running all over Madison. You know, what we need to focus on is what we really need. We need to look at streets. We need to look at things that are imperative to get done. We don't need to be going off on tangents. The tangents, John, are what cause chaos. Those tangents are what get everybody flustered. It's why people talk at these meetings. It's why there's Freedom of Information Act requests. It's probably why people are leaving the village who work here. It's the chaos that's been created. And we need to step back and stop doing that. And to do that, you have to understand what's going on. You can't just say we're going to throw Shabnam under the bus. That's just a red herring. We need to really look at what we need to do. And most of it is not things we're going to throw money at. Throwing money at it is what's got us in the problems we're at, where we're barely surviving as a village. We need to be frugal. We need to be careful. We need to have priorities. I mean, you talk about this centennial thing. It's not the 2026 Olympics. It's just a little celebration of the town. First, you shouldn't be running it. And secondly, it could be at the fireworks. It could be at the 4th of July. There's many ways we could celebrate it without dumping a lot of money into it. And we also shouldn't consume the staff's time planning. If they want to come and enjoy it, great. But they shouldn't have to put hundreds of hours into planning. We need to be a little smarter about how we run the government. And that means less chaos, more planning, and getting to the streets, the sewage, the things that we really need. Thank you very much. Thank you, Deepak.
Thank you. All right. Yes, sir. Please identify yourself.
Fred Wade, 1121 Wellesley Road. As I read the agenda, I was very dismayed at the amount of dysfunction that comes up in different agenda items. First of all, the first two items are we can't pay the bills and we haven't got minutes of the last meeting to consider. That's because we're in a dire situation. we only have one staff person, basically, Julie, who is able to attend to what needs to be done. And you've got payroll that needs to be processed, and we have an audit going on. I'd like to know what's been done to get her some help in the last 2 or 3 weeks since this came up in board meeting. You know, are we reaching out to get help, temporary help perhaps? Anyone thought about reaching out to Kofi Albrecht, who used to be the clerk treasurer, and then on the board? We reached out to other village residents who in the past have worked on the village staff, to see if they could help. Or any others who might be willing to volunteer. And one of the issues is, and I have to concur with what John said about all these distractions. One reason we have had these 5 or 6 of the last meetings have comment periods of an hour or more, because people are upset about very many issues. And many of these are things that haven't been addressed. One of them is the CSM, but we're kicking that down the road another month. The issue of public records. I mean, part of that is an issue of failure to set priorities. This is statutory requirement for public records requests be answered promptly. They should have been a priority to deal with. And if the existing staff couldn't take care of it, maybe we should have looked at some alternatives for getting help. Just focus on that. But when you get to the question of considering Trustee Lofty's interactions with the staff on one day, that should never have happened. And it would never have happened if the village authorities had been transparent and gotten that document out, the public law statement, out to everybody on the board and everybody in the community as soon as it was available. Instead, there was a meeting where John said, "Oh, it's out there somewhere, you go get it." And so the trustee, with a fiduciary duty to the village residents, went to try to get it. She couldn't of herself. She went to the village hall to try to deal that. The staff couldn't get it either. Neither the staff person nor the trustee should have been in the position of having to have a public records request for that document and to go chase it down at the village hall. So this is just unfinished business with public records, unfinished business with the CSM. All these things keep drifting down without someone taking hold, trying to do what's necessary to get things done off the table.
Thank you, Fred. All right. Brian, apologize. Is there anybody else online that has their hand up?
I don't see anyone with their hand up.
All right. Yes, sir. Please identify yourself. The floor is yours.
So, Brian Hutching, 3414 Lake River Drive. So all the comments here tonight and the ones online, y'all are excellent. Like we really have a problem with trust. Open records would not be a thing, right? If we still brought things through committee, just like great example with the MG&E, if that had gone through Green Team, people would know about it. It would have been socialized. The fees wouldn't be being calculated by David over here to find out that they're wrong. Shocking, right? So the issue here is that we've gone astray from being transparent with our residents by having our residents contribute to our governance. So instead, we've got a whole bunch of top-down ideas cast out. The information isn't properly disseminated to everybody. It's not properly thought through nor vetted. A lot of times there's an agenda that people get suspicious about. We end up in a world where the residents that want to find out what happens, they demand open records request. All right. And then the staff is overworked. This is not rocket science. It's a total failure in leadership, right? And John, you got a lot of credit for it. And Brian, you have some credit for it too, for not constraining this, honestly. This all could have been constrained far better from your position. So if we want to fix this, two things. You don't need a police dog, you need a therapy dog. Right? That's it. Right. Two, we need to take things back to committees. We need to slow things down the way that they were. 6-foot fences, the whole idea of the village, by the way, turning to the fence topic that for planning, we didn't even have boundaries that were clearly marked because they didn't want us to, we wanted us to have to talk through problems with our neighbors. That was the village Shorewood design. And now we literally just had them with a vote of 3, by the way, which I don't think is legal in the plan. I think Shabnam had to be there when the quorum was there, but nonetheless, 3 of them decided we're not gonna have 6-foot fences in our backyard. We're gonna change the regulation. This is what the ZBA is for. They can go get a variance. We don't have to change the height for all of the fences in Shorewood Hills. Why on earth didn't, I mean, you should know this. You guys have a lot. Why on earth did that just what? Apply for a variance, take it to ZBA. Done. Why is that just not a variance application? Why are we changing our planning commission to go to 6-foot fences in our backyards in Shorewood? Does anybody want that? I don't want it. I don't want my neighbor. I mean, so again, if you had done things the right way, brought things through committee, had people follow the processes that were there, the way Shorewood has been done, it's trying to top-down reorganize. I mean, Mark still has getting rid of the committees and depowering them as one of the agenda items in the future one coming in. This is not what I think most villagers want, and we gotta get away from it or it's not gonna stop. The requests are gonna keep coming in, and this trust in the village is gonna grow. We need to get back to neighborly relations with committees bringing things up and the board voting on them instead of strange diktats coming from high with half information and people scrambling to figure out what's going on and everything's rush, rush, rush. It's just that simple. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. All right. Yes, ma'am. Please identify yourself.
Thank you. My name is Kate Crowley. I'm at 3428 by Burnham. 2 topics. First, on the topic of. I didn't say anything, that was her. I haven't said I look good in my jeans. No, you do. The topic of finances, really happy to see Mark's memo in. I think there's some great strategy with closing TIF district that does require a consultant because it's pretty nuanced. But at the same time that we're talking about closing a TIF district and possibly a referendum, it's curious to me that in the same agenda, we're looking at spending an unknown amount of money with MG&E. Solar energy, very worthy cause that I feel passionately about, as do many in the village, but I don't think this is the time to be entering into an expenditure that we don't know what it is, and we don't know what our financial future looks like until we get through some of this referendum potential planning as well as district closure. Same with the puppy. I don't think it's time for that. I understand that the police dog would be something that would be donations, but we also have a potential referendum. So it doesn't feel right to be asking residents for a donation when they may not know that a tax increase could be coming. And then second, just kind of want to address, I think Johnny said it best, Fred said it also really well, which is just the chaos right now in the community is leading to a lot of these issues that we're seeing. And it led to what happened with Shabnan and the P&L. And that is caused by this chaos that you're all doing your best to manage. And I'm not in the position you're in whatsoever. And I can see how hard the other 6 trustees are trying to work through this chaos that President Himes is causing. And I hope that President Himes, you resign, as requested in this memo. From your email that was shared with me, because I didn't receive it directly, it sounds like you won't. And in that case, I think we need to consider all of the requests of other trustees in the context of this chaos. Trustee Lotfi is not the only trustee who's made direct requests to staff. And there are times where you all have to do that because of the chaos you're working in. And the agenda item today with Trustee Lotfi, I would encourage you to broaden it. That if there are going to be rules and expectations of all of you while you manage this chaos, that it be considered for all of you. so that it's not singling out, one day when other trustees have been put in terrible situations from this chaos and had to do things like make direct requests of staff. And I think a broader context for that topic would be good. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. All right. I assume there are other members of the public wishing to speak. Yes, ma'am. Please identify yourself.
Marilyn Townsend, 1121 Wellesley Road. I've lived in the village 39 years. 12 of those years I was a trustee. 10 of those years I was chair of the personnel. I was also a municipal court judge for 6 years. And in between all of this, I sometimes am an observer here of village government. But for a number of years, I was not. And suddenly in the middle of the pandemic, I started paying attention as suddenly we were being hit with a referendum. And I started seeing things like hiring staff when we didn't have the money to pay for them, and asking the village administrator at the time, where are we getting the money for this? And she said, when the referendum passes. I said, well, it hasn't passed yet. So during the pandemic, I noticed a really pull away from respecting the residents, getting their input, and it segued even further into suddenly closed meetings June, July, and August, and suddenly coming out of that in closed session where 5 of the 7 trustees voted to authorize $6.5 million to buy a building, and that's the first we heard of it. I believe in the governance process, and I take offense to the ending letter asking Shabnam trustee to say the purpose was to ensure clarity of roles and protect the integrity of our village governance process, and then asking her, and only her, to give written assurance that she will do that. I think all 7 of the trustees need to sign a letter and be committed to the integrity of our village's governance process. And let's start with getting back to the basics. The budget. We spend a lot of time on the budget, and our poor staff, and that's part of the poor morale. I learned in September they were asked to do 2 budgets. Everyone on the trust board knew that. How can they do 2 budgets and do due diligence? Because much to my shock, the board didn't do due diligence in June, July, and August when they're in closed meetings deciding whether to buy the Logic building.
4 budgets, 4.
Well, okay, so we have to, but then we did pass a budget, and we have to respect the budget document. It's a legal annual financial document forecasting the local government's revenues and expenditures. I go through the agenda today. There seems to be at least 5 items asking for money that isn't in the budget. Number 1. And the only items that have a fiscal impact agenda memorandum are the ones with no fiscal impact. So the 5 items that are talking about money that isn't in the budget have no fiscal impact. Then we go on, and the residents will not like this. $20,000 increase mid-budget for the administrator, $20,000 for the village clerk, $10,000 for a new employee. There's no clawback provision. There's nothing as to what their existing salaries are. In closing, I would ask that there be a roll call vote for every vote that's taken tonight, because I feel very deeply that I want to share with the residents what is going on tonight, because it really is shocking. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. All right. I'm scanning the room. Are there other members of the public wishing to speak? Julie, is there anyone online that you see? I guess I'll ask the folks online. Is there anyone online that wishes to speak? If you do, please raise your hand, the hand emoji.
We have one.
There's one. Mary Morton. Mary, please identify yourself, even though I've just done that. And the floor is yours.
No.
Mary, you're muted.
Thank you. I'm Mary Morton, and I live at 911 Swarthmore Court. And I won't belabor points that have already been made, but I wanted to just speak to the police dog issue or request. I was a volunteer fundraiser for Capital Canines for many years, and I myself sponsor Police Dog for the city of Madison. And I just wanted to say that the city of Madison has a dog on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they would mutual aid if there is a missing person or a need for drug tracking or other canine use. So, like I said, I'm not going to repeat what other people have already said. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Can I say a clarifying question to Mary?
Mary, if you're still around, there's a trustee that would like a follow-up question.
So, Mary, I just want to clarify.
Please keep it brief if you
Yeah.
wouldn't mind.
Are you saying that you believe that the Madison canine unit would assist Shorewood? Or can you just clarify your last sentence? It kind of broke up for me.
Yes, that is my understanding, is that they would provide mutual aid.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mary. All right. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak that are either in this room or joining us through Zoom? All right. I see none, so I am going to move on. I'm going to close public comments. Oral, thank you. All right, let's get to the business of the agenda that's in front of you all. And remember, that's the modified agenda that we have. So we're on to agenda item 7A, consent agenda. Everyone has the information. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
What's your motion,
Approve the
Mark?
consent agenda.
Great. Is there a second for that? Kate? Second, there's no conversation on the consent agenda. So all those in favor, please raise your hand. Motion passes. Thank you. All right, on to item 7B, Roman numeral 1, discussion and possible action for UW conditional use permit, Wimmer cyclotron project, conditional use permit located at 1111 Highland Avenue. Now, I am unsure what the format is here, and Brian, I'm going to look to you a little bit.
Sure.
I guess I'm going to synthesize at least what's in my head here. Every trustee has been provided information, not only from the applicant, but also information that has come through the Plan Commission, and as well as, and more importantly, a memo from our advisor, Sonia Krusel at Vanderwall and Associates. So while I personally don't look for a recounting of the project and what's in front of us, or what it looks like, or what it does, or what it doesn't do, I really just try to stick to the facts of what the conditional use permit is and what we're voting on. Do you know if Sonia is joining us at all on this call?
Unfortunately, Sonia is not joining this evening.
Would you feel comfortable speaking on her behalf, or at least extrapolating any information that has come out of her memo? If any trustee has questions on that?
Yeah, and I think that UW is on to assist in answering some of these questions, but in short, Sonia did a comprehensive review of the village ordinances pertaining to the UW cyclotron project. There were 9 specifications that needed to be met as part of the conditional use approval process. That was outlined on the very last page of, I believe that was page 7 of the submittal that she put together. Those were read through by the Plan Commission members and ultimately voted on in support of the project. This project's gone through a few different iterations. We had some funding issues, lapses, regaining funding. UW might want to speak to that a little bit more. A couple little changes as far as the scope of the project as a result of some of the funding changes, but included in the packet, the presentation that UW put together, which was given to the Plan Commission. Sonia's memo does a really thorough job explaining the ins and outs of what was looked at related to this. I think without any additional comments at this particular moment, what I'd like to do is turn things over to Aaron Williams. He can quickly introduce his team and go through any other updates, Aaron, that you'd like to share that you think are pertinent tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And Aaron, before you take the floor there, let's put a little framework around this. If you want to spend a moment on perhaps just at a high level introducing the project, talking about the conditional use, and then I think I would like to switch it back over to trustees who have very specific questions as it relates to the conditional use and really what's in front of the body here that has to decide on it. So is that doable?
You bet. We can be quick.
right.
Yeah, so thank you. Aaron Williams, assistant planner, UW-Madison. On the call with me today is also Scott Utter, director of campus planning, landscape architecture. Matt Eflin is the project manager from UW-Madison. Mark Wells is with SMPH, School of Medicine Public Health. And then Scott Kammer is the architect from Potter Lawson. So those are the 5 of us on the call here. Yeah, so since we were at the Village, and essentially the project started out as it's significantly funded through NIH, and that is what Mr. Mooney was speaking about, where we went sort of fits and starts receiving that funding as we went through an election during that whole process. But we are now faced, or what we're now proposing is to do the complete 3-story project, a one single phase project, not a multiple phase project, which it had started as. And it was not identified in our 2015 master plan, which the Village was intimately involved in and approving in that capacity. And also with at the time, the IRC, which has now been renamed the Wimmer Complex, the Village also approved that. So with this square footage not being shown in any of those plans, working with Mr. Mooney, we realized the best approach to get this approved was through a CU process. So we submitted the materials and responded to the 9 standards that you all have as a Village, and we can address any of the things that came up in there. We feel it's a fairly maybe benign is not the right word, but the fact that it has no parking, it has no exterior access. It's sort of internalized into the complex that we call the hospital or the Wimmer complex. It's sort of a likely or a straightforward, I guess, addition to this to sort of ensure that the cyclotron project itself can then deliver the bed to research that the hospital itself is sort of intimately sort of growing here. So that's the project in a nutshell. We have, since we did meet with the Plan Commission, we have gotten approval from the UW-Madison Design Review Board. So they signed off on that last week. And then we also did speak with Madison Fire Department and sort of understanding how this juggernaut of buildings out there is approved, since we are building across a municipal boundary line. And sort of what we have confirmation from the city of Madison is, yes, you shouldn't do it. Everything to this date's been grandfathered. So we're not going to, make you put a party wall or something, midway down this sort of addition. So That's what we have as far as new things from last time we were with the Plan Commission. But otherwise, anyone else on UW's team would like to say anything, I could turn over to them. Seeing or hearing none, so I'll turn it back to you, Chair.
Yeah, maybe just be around for questions here. So I think one of certainly my observations here is, and John, I will get to you in just a moment here because you're the chair of the Plan Commission. This is in front of you and that commission. But the conditional use is somewhat nuanced here, as Aaron just explained, meaning that half of the project is within the village boundary and the other half really isn't. And Aaron, I'm going to look to you if I'm incorrect in that assertion. So we are being asked to provide, the body is being asked, this board is being asked to provide a conditional use permit for essentially one half of the building. And if it conforms to the zoning standards and meets the 9-item criteria in the conditional use permit application process. So it's a bit of a weird one, but I think this body has seen something similar to that as it relates to other institutional buildings located on that campus. That's how I'm going to state it. So that's what's in front of us. And I guess if there are specific questions that trustees have, please ask them. John, I'm going to give the floor to you for a hot second here. Are there any comments from the Plan Commission that need to be considered?
Yeah, just a hot second, Dietmar. I appreciate you raising a distinction about the dividing line. That was something I was going to mention. The other thing I'll mention is that this has been in front of the Plan Commission going back to September of 2024. Carol and I serve on the Joint Campus Area Committee. It's been in front of us and that committee in September of 24, December of 25, January of 26. And of course, the Plan Commission on February 10th and the board meeting tonight. So it's been talked about. I appreciated the summary that Brian provided. We actually read all of the conditional use standards during the meeting so that commissioners knew what they were voting on. And that's all I wanted to add.
All right. Thank you, John. Are there questions by trustees to either Ryan, the applicant, or as it relates to Sonia's memo? Kate, I see you shaking your head, so I take that as a no. Carol? No. Mark? No. Shabnam, you're first in queue. Do you have any questions? You're shaking your head? All right. Bob, where did you go? Did you drop off the face of this earth? There you are. No, that's not you. Bob, do you have any questions? You're shaking your head as well. John, I'm guessing you don't have any questions. You just have information to offer. So I guess if there are no questions, one of the things that maybe I would like to just better understand, and it relates to Sonia's memo, and this is more of reliving some of the nuances that we've just been a part of in the last year here, is when I am on page 12 of the board packet or page 5 of the memo, in the paragraph underneath conditional use standards, it talks about section 10-150 in parentheses A, but then beyond that, there is a paragraph that starts out by saying conditional use of CU in parentheses require public hearing before the Plan Commission with notices published and posted 14 and 7 days in advance of the meeting, as well as mailed notice to all property owners within the village, or within the village, within 300 feet of the parcel. I apologize. That's too many withins, but that's accurate. I assume that someone can corroborate that has been done, although I'm guessing that the 300 feet from this project only pertains to not necessarily residents in the village, but the institution of UW-Madison. Aaron, you're shaking your head. I'm going to assume you're speaking on behalf of the group.
That's my understanding, is that I think Wiseman was 350 or so. So the houses most directly adjacent are 400 plus. So I do not believe they received notification, but I could be wrong. I don't know what the village did notify them.
Well, I think the applicant is beholden Or are we, Julie? Yes, sorry.
I sent those out.
Thank
There
you.
wasn't, I don't have the list in front of me, but I went on the Dane County,
Yep.
access Dane
Texas State.
and did a 300-foot
PCFS.
buffer.
Yep.
And there were I don't know if there were any homes, I can't remember because it's been a couple months.
Mhm.
But that was checked and sent out
All right,
before the public hearing for the city, for plan commission.
got it. All right, understanding that there are really no questions from trustees, I think I, or the body, would entertain a motion.
Dietmar, I'll offer a motion to approve the conditional use permit for the UW Wimmer cyclotron project plans at 1111 Highland Avenue.
All right, that motion's on the floor from John. Mark, I see you raising your hand, so that
I'll
was a
second.
second. Julie, when we get to that, would you mind calling the roll on this, please?
Yes, let me do a quick copy and paste.
Yep. And when you're ready, the floor is yours. I guess, is there any other conversation that wants to happen now that we do have a formal motion on the floor? Hearing and seeing none. All right, Julie, whenever you're ready.
Okay, Carol Barford,
Yes.
Dietmar Basiner.
Yes.
Bob Falk,
Yes.
Mark Lederer,
Yes.
Shabnam Lutfi,
Yes.
Kate Aldred,
Yes.
and President Nice.
Yes.
All right, that motion passes. Congratulations, Aaron Williams and team.
Thank you, board. Appreciate it.
You're welcome to stick around.
Thank you.
But you can also drop off. All right, thank you. Let's move on to line item 7B, Roman numeral 2. And that is discussion and possible action for admin staff retention bonuses and pay adjustment. Now, I need to get my wits about me. I think, Carol, I'm actually going to have you jump in front of that because I think it came through Personnel Committee. So if you could digest what the information that's in the board packet, but perhaps also add additional comment, because other than the notes to the agenda, there wasn't much more information in the packet. So the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. We held a special meeting of the Personnel Committee. There was going to be a special meeting of the board, which didn't wind up taking place. We prepared by looking at Brian Mooney's proposal for a structure of bonuses, and these are stay bonuses. These are incentives to stay. We also had some contributions from resident Gloria Beach and also resident Sam Mahaney Braithwaite, some suggestions that presented some slightly different nuances regarding clawback provisions, regarding how much should be upfront versus how much should be dispersed. And then in the discussion with the committee, and let me just provide the most important context, which I skipped, which is that we only have 3 out of our 5 admin staff members. They're critically overworked. Tasks are falling off the table. We really, really need to keep these folks who are running the admin in the village. I mean, paying the bills is starting to look like a really difficult task. As you've seen, the report is not prepared here for the packet, and that is consistent with how much they're trying to scramble. So we want them to stay. I would summarize the structure that we came up with as the first part was just a lump bonus payable now. I believe it was 5,000 and 5,000 for our more senior employees and 2,500 for our junior employee, Katie. And then the rest was an amount to be prorated over, I think, a year, essentially a year. And so meted out by 2-week pay periods. And so no clawback to that, but then again, they would only get as much as they would be paid while they're here. So we talked about the amounts, we talked about clawback, we talked about the proportions, we talked about senior versus junior, and this is what the committee came up with.
Okay, thank you, Carol. I assume there are gonna be questions. There, Kate, why don't you go?
I have a question. So we are looking at three different motions tonight. Am I correct in that? And one lump sum, which would be 5,000, which would be paid out immediately in like the next pay period. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one question I had is on the map. So right now it's broken down between the village administrator, a very senior person and a more junior person who's only been on for a few months. How did you arrive at that 50% of, what the other two were getting?
We felt that it was appropriate that she get less, even though she's doing a fabulous job. We didn't apply a regression formula, if that's what you're asking. I mean, we don't have a model of how much it's worth to keep her versus the others. It's just rough. It's senior folks, junior person. Boom.
All right, yes, Shabnam, you have your hand. I'm sorry, Kate, are you done for the
I have
moment?
that was clarifying to me. I have some other thoughts on it, but let's go to shop now.
Okay, Shabnam, the floor is yours.
I'm welcome, Kate, you're welcome to take the lead. If I don't want to interrupt your train of thought, if you were on a train of thought.
Go for it.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm struggling with this because I support the staff. And actually, I want to talk about that premise of what I just said, which is support the staff. I don't think there is such a thing as support or not support, that you're for staff or against staff. I know that staff feel that way. I know that residents feel that way, that there's a for and against. The problem is it doesn't exist. Like at my firm, there's no such thing as you're for or against the paralegal. It just doesn't make any sense. So I want to get that out of the way, that the issue we're discussing, you either support it because you're for or you don't because you're against, because that doesn't exist. So that's my first comment. My second comment is that I would have liked to see what are the job duties that the three individuals are doing now, what job duties are being taken away, and what are being added. I think that if we could have, and it could have been like 5 major job duties. I think to just also, that's the second thing, is I would have wanted more information. Third, I just lost my train of thought. Third, I would want to know the job duties. I would have wanted us to study the issue a little bit more, because I really do believe that we are trying to solve the problem with money when money is not the issue. So I went to staff and I tried to have a private conversation off record to be like, what do you want? I'm here to support. I'm here to be your champion. What do you guys want? And the individual that I spoke with, that one of the important things is respect. And I can completely understand that you're in positions, in situations where you have so much to offer, but you don't have a chance. And that feels insulting because you're a person of such knowledge and wealth of experience. And to constantly be undermined and not have a chance to speak is draining and it's unfair. And I would rather focus that, because the persons that I spoke with to weren't saying money was going to fix things. The main issues were, let me contribute in a way that's meaningful, and let's find a way to get out of this us versus them mentality, because that is so hurtful and it is so toxic. So that's my third comment, or my fourth comment. I need a little bit more information, and I need to know what the duties are and how this all works. And to do the hard part, I think throwing money at the issue is is just not the I want to do the tough part. Let's fix that toxicity. Let's make this place the amazing place to work, like it is such an amazing place to live.
Thank you, Shabnam. So is that a question for Brian then, in terms of the more information of what you need in order to formulate a decision today? Is there something specific that Brian can offer insofar as information sharing?
I don't think Brian could do this off the cuff, but like, what are the duties that everybody is taking on, additional duties for being short-staffed? What duties are not being done? Like, we kind of need to, to see that. Um, it can't just be more money, but then it's also, we're not going to do open records requests, is what I've understood. So there's bonuses, retention bonuses, but from what I've understood, some of the duties are just not even being done. I don't know.
Ryan, do you want to add a little bit of
Context?
Yeah, I mean,
information on that, please?
to the best of my abilities, I'll try to explain the current situation. I was not making it sound worse than the situation really is. It is a dire situation right now. I'm not trying to diminish the importance of this. Staff is buried right now. The existing staff, I mean, Katie came on board. She has been phenomenal. She's great working with the public. She inherited, unfortunately, a situation where utility billing had issues for, I believe, 2 cycles of her 2 months with the village. She's been the frontline communicator of that with little to no firsthand training. Julie and I, as many are probably aware, did not work our way up the ladder here in Shorewood Hills. So we did not start in the utility realm here with the village. And as a result, we do not have firsthand experience administering those programs. So our abilities to assist in training and onboarding new people is very, very limited. And she has done a phenomenal job holding it all together, utilizing outside resources to help get answers to questions where we don't have answers ourselves. The situation that Julie is in right now, again, is quite difficult. She is our only accounting background strength administrative employee. As a result of that, and having lost 2 or 3 individuals who had loose involvement in that, we have lost many of the checks and balances to our payment processing. Our payroll right now is entirely being controlled by Julie. I don't have permissions to get into some of those access points as an administrator over all the staff. So there are limited options for me to get into that mix. Julie is behind at no fault of her own with keeping up on our monthly reconciliations for our monthly month-end bank reconciliations as a result of taking on the additional duties. She literally right now has the lead on like 2.5 probably additional people's work housed within her realm right now. I am doing the best I can. I lost all my zoning assistants when David departed, started training Julie Wills to take over for that. She departed. Chrissy never got into the role and acclimated enough to be able to take that on and have me give her any training because she was very behind in keeping up with training 2 new employees on top of learning a new job herself. So right now, although we are in the slow season of zoning, it is starting to pick up and people always reach out to ask the administrator, the zoning administrator, what if I do this project? Can you help explain the process, or can you help explain, I'm thinking of doing this, how would this work? Literally, there's nobody else that even knows how to answer those questions now. They all get transferred to me. So on top of trying to prepare memos, trying to answer trustee questions, trying to prepare packets on short timelines, also trying to take leave that I booked 6 months ago that I didn't anticipate having this situation forthcoming in that timeline. Things are just immensely challenging right now for the 3 remaining staff members.
All right, thank you for that explanation. Shabnam, if it's all right with you, I'm gonna go to Kate first. She raised her hand, and then we'll go back and we'll go on that way. Kate,
So,
please.
yeah, so Brian, thank you for that rundown. I think that no one, I don't want to speak for the board, but I presume that no one is doubting those challenges and the real pain that staff is experiencing. What I am honestly struggling with here is that I feel like we are not diagnosing the problem correctly, and that all of the things that you just listed that are extremely real and are very difficult for you and the residents that are affected by some of these things, that some money, extra money, it doesn't sound like that's the right solution to some of these problems. I feel that we are conflating staff retention and getting qualified new hires into the same bucket. And I today went back and we had 3 staff members resign. I am not counting the person who retired, but I reread their letters that were in a previous packet. And I just clipped a few things because I think that this is really important for folks to hear. 2 of these resignations happened after November 25th and one almost 2 months before. So just keep that in mind. So one of our most recent people who left said, she said she loved her job. However, due to ongoing circumstances that have created an unsafe and hostile work environment, I am no longer able to continue my employment. Over time, the workplace environment has become increasingly hostile. I'm clipping things from her, total email. She said, I do not feel that the village has provided a workplace free from hostility or one in which I can safely perform my duties. Okay. 2 weeks earlier, another staff member writes, unfortunately, after becoming the clerk, the environment changed to a degree that made it unsustainable. At the same time, the environment became hostile. There is a clear need for strong leadership to restore professionalism, accountability, and direction, and to ensure that employees are protected and supported. It is important to be clear that this decision was not motivated by money, but by principle and by the need to do what is right. And last fall, a member wrote, trust your staff. By choosing to serve your community and a career in local government, they did not choose the money and the shiny buildings available to those in the private sector. They want a safe, efficient place to do the work that they have been hired to do. Finally, my team has been dealing with one crisis after another since I arrived. Remember, this is September and October of last year. No one has time to do the work they came to accomplish or manage their teams as they deserve. I just want to remind, these are the words from departed staff members, okay? So when I read those, what I hear is hostile work environment and an environment that was not set up for them to thrive in. And so that is where I think we have to diagnose the problem. What is going on? What do they mean by hostile? I don't know. What does that mean to them? Is it physical hostility? Is it emotional hostility? People, Shabnam mentioned she talked to someone recently, they want, respect. What does that mean? So I think we have to get to the core root of this problem. And I do think that that starts with the top. And John and Brian, I am looking at both of you. I think tone is set at the top. Environment is set at the top. That doesn't mean you have to take whatever comes at you. It means you have to show leadership and you have to make sure that you are protecting your staff. And I have not seen many examples of that. And so I think we need to be very careful here. I think it feels good to throw some money at the problem, It's like if you had a bad dinner and someone, you get a comp to free dessert, but the dinner was still bad, okay? I think we need to fix what is wrong. And I would like to have, I don't know if that is tonight, but I as a trustee want to understand what is the hostile work environment that is going on here. That is not good news. How are we gonna, even if we go out and hire new people, we bring them in, they might be out the door. How is this fixing a long-term problem? So that is my question for you tonight. I am also concerned that we are putting, more financial strain on this village, but I do understand people are working overtime. I would be in favor of supporting some aspect of this for Julie. I would be in favor of supporting a more scaled down amount for our newest hire. She's only been on for 3 months, so I don't know if it's necessarily fair to give her 50% of what someone like Julie has been doing for almost 3 years. But that is where I'm at tonight. So I would love to know what other trustees think and what they think the root of the problem is.
All right, thank you, Kate. Before I go to you, Carol, I'm going to go to Shabnam because she had her hand raised next. So Shabnam, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dietmar. I agree with everything that Kate just said. My comment was just to respond to Brian earlier. I appreciate the rundown of everything that Julie is doing, that everything that Katie is doing. But I would also like to know, in addition to the laundry list of responsibilities you have, what are the additional responsibilities that you are taking on personally?
There are challenges with some of that because of the checks and balances and my knowledge in the accounting realm. So I'm only able to do certain things, or there's only certain things I would honestly feel comfortable doing. Right now, I'm just trying to think of what meetings we have put on hold. I mean, I guess I should have better prepared a response if I knew this question was coming. So from my side, over the last couple of weeks, we have had a Public Service Commission rate case public hearing to adjust our water rates that I participated in. We had to prepare our notices for the rate case delivery for village residents. We're going to be getting those issued. We're doing our water meter reading final reads tomorrow for that. I have been tasked or the lead for getting the new jobs posted for the 2 positions that are vacant. We started with one. We're hoping to see if we could possibly get through the one so we can get around, if we have good candidates through that process, get around posting an additional announcement.
Sorry, I'm going to just interrupt you for 1 second, because to name that, that's just your normal job. That is your normal job.
It is, but it isn't normal to have to do it after having just done it. That's the issue. We just did.
I'm just going to add 2 points. One, that, everybody keeps saying we have 3 individuals at Village Hall. We do have the temp clerk as well. So we have 4 people right now, correct?
And that was what I was going to say next. So what we have been working on, I know one of the comments in the public comment session today was, what is staff doing to address the immediate needs of the existing staff? When those comments are made, that's referred to me to answer, Mr. Mooney, what are you doing as the leader of this community to address these staffing shortages that are now an emergency? So I have worked with an outside hiring entity, Public Administration Associates, to seek the assistance of an interim clerk if there was one available. We were very lucky in the sense that we did have an opportunity to secure the hiring and services of a clerk. It just so happens to be the clerk that our clerk replaced over in Monona, who has been brought on board. Tomorrow, we have an interview. Well, I shouldn't say interview, a first meet and greet with an individual that was a former finance director for another municipality to see if we can bring him on board through another temp placement agency to help alleviate the concerns of Julie with some of the backlog that she has. Right now, obviously, a lot of people are aware of the fact we are planning a recognition dinner for the village, annual recognition banquet. We are also running recognition committee meetings. Our plan commission meetings were very serious this last month with the UW cyclotron project, a lot of prep time and consultant work to get that ready for passage. And honestly, this board meeting, getting a special board meeting put together, preparing two possible contracts for stay provision bonuses and stay provision pay increases, that was fully thrown to me to take the lead on and come up with solutions to provide to the village board. Yeah, I mean, this is on top of, you know, just your everyday in and out community involvement, community liaison, question answers for all things. And I mean, I can't elaborate to a great extent on all of the things that the village is involved within by virtue of our proximity to the city of Madison, but there are many transportation meetings, storm sewer organizational meetings,
Brian,
environmental
Brian,
organizational.
but none of that, I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, you're
Those
fine.
those are your job duties. And whether we had a clerk, additional 5-person staff, 6-person staff, your job duties wouldn't be changing. Those are your job duties.
Those are
So
absolutely my job duties.
what I understand from this conversation is that the person that is possibly burnt out the most is Julie. If there was, and I think what Julie should get I think she should get a 1-week vacation, a full paid forced vacation. And if there was any kind of, because I think she needs it, I think she deserves it. And maybe other people should start picking up some of Julie's work. I think that's one solution, and I think we should be looking at what Kate said about how there's an environmental issue, and Kate very well articulated that it's over the span of a long period of time that this has been going on. I have nothing else to say on this.
I would just like to respond to that and say that I have, in full transparency, told a number of people how many hours this position on average requires of me since I have joined the village. I have not received responses from anybody proposing solutions to that for me. Now, I've heard tonight that my leadership has been questioned in this role. I've heard that I don't think we have a solution that requires pay incentives, but then also giving more leave when we can't even take our current leave. How is that going to assist the overburdened village administrative team? Nobody's even asked me, hey, Brian, did you have enough time off last year? Or how many hours did you carry over this year? Is it reasonable that you're going to be able to take 3 months off of leave that hasn't been used over the last year and this year's allotted leave during 2026? If we're not asking those questions, we literally don't have any redundancy within the village administrative team right now. And it's unfortunate. It has hit us at a bad time, but we've never had a question or an opportunity since I joined the village to really explain what is necessary to stabilize the environment, the work environment, and the admin office.
All right, I'm gonna rein things in a little bit here. So Shabnam, I know you have your hand raised. I'm gonna give an opportunity for Carol to add comment. And I also wanna set precedence to this. The conversation can't be in a way that really anyone needs to defend themselves other than just providing information, right? And that is really what needs to be the tone and tenor of this conversation. So I'll add my comments later, but Carol, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I have basically 3 things. It's important to remember that David Sykes was our by far our most senior employee who retired at the end of the summer. And we are still finding out all of the things that David had in his grasp. And one of the big things that Brian didn't remember to say is that David helped him with zoning. And now all of the zoning is falling on Brian in just the very year that zoning has become the huge issue. So that is something that we all need to keep in mind, and his reorganizing the office as he's finding out all the things that David did that nobody else knows how to do. The second thing I want to say is that, this agenda item is about bonuses. And we all know that there are problems with the climate and morale and how things are going in the admin office. I completely acknowledge that. But as we say in climate science, in my job, it's not about a silver bullet, it's about silver buckshot. And so the bonuses are part of the buckshot, and we should not predicate one upon the other, fixing the climate, fixing the bonuses. This is a Hail Mary moment. We need to do everything we can. And that brings me to number 3, which is, as I'm sitting at home preparing for the personnel meeting that we had, I was thinking, well, how do I rationalize what we want to do here? And so I make myself a little game theory 4 squares. You come up with a bonus, somebody leaves anyway, you come up with a bonus, they don't leave, you don't give them a bonus, they go anyway, you don't give them a bonus and they stay. What's the most likely? And what would I feel worst about as somebody with fiduciary responsibilities? The thing I would feel worst about is they left and I didn't try to give them a bonus. And people come back to me and say, what did you do for the village when things were looking really grim and staff couldn't get their work done and everybody was demoralized? I would hope I could say, I gave them a bonus. I tried. So that's my thinking.
All right. Thank you. I'm going to give an opportunity, Shabnam, for others to speak, just in all fairness, and ask questions. So I'm going to pick on Bob. Bob, do you have anything to add or ask?
Sorry, technical difficulties. Well, I think that something needs to be done to acknowledge the staff, the stress that they're under. It's become I think all of this is part of a perfect storm. With Sweetbriar and then Logic and all this angst in the village. And part of, I would encourage you, Kate, to talk to the employees personally. I have. And when they talk about a hostile environment, it's not just in the office space. It's in these meetings where the temperature is so high at times. And this is why I've called for people to try to temper their feelings at these meetings. And because it is stressful for not only board members, but it's stressful for the staff. And they need to think through, they need to sit through this. So I think that's part of what is being reflected in those letters, as well as what's happened in the office. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Bob. John, before I go to you, I'm going to go to Mark. Mark, comments, questions?
turn?
Yep.
I think these are desperate times. I'm not bullshitting you here. This is serious stuff. We are one employee away from a shutdown in a lot of administrative functions. These payments will not solve the underlying problem. I give you that. But this is serious stuff. You got to pay people. You got to know where the records are. You have to know how to access the records. You bring people in, they're not going to be able to solve that right away. They're going to all have to be trained. We are going to be in this situation for some time. Okay? I view these proposals as just triage. That's what they are. Just keep the staff going, acknowledge the work that they've already put in over the last 9 months in dealing with everything that they've had to deal with, and keep them on board, keep them together as a team and working as a team. Okay. I'm really concerned about internal controls. Brian spoke to this a minute ago. The heart of internal controls is segregation of duties. How do you do that when you have 3 people and only one's financial? Dual control. How do you do that when you only have one person that understands the finances, the internal finances? Appropriate delegation of responsibility. There's nobody to delegate to. And I've had conversations with Brian, you got to speak to PAA. You got to find somebody in here, like we found the interim clerk, because you've got a situation where a single departure will put us in a situation where we just can't get things done. So does this solve those problems? No. Does it make it a little less likely that we'll have another departure? I think so. I think we have to do everything we can. We're behind the 8 ball here. It's really scary times. And I just, it's great to focus on the long-term solution, and by God, we need to do that. But first, we got to do the triage. We got to stop the bleeding. That's number 1, right? And we got to be able to stabilize the patient before we can then start to work on long-term solutions. And I think that's what this is. This is not the full complement of what we need to do. We need to find a financial analyst, some person with some financial background, whether from Baker Tilly or auditor, from PAA, in another village, whatever, to provide some support so that Julie can begin to impart to that individual some of the things that are absolutely essential to the financial operations of the village. So this is just the first step, and we need to move quickly on the other. And, this is the priority for me. I mean, this is the most important thing on the agenda right now. Everything else we could put off till tomorrow, but not this one, not the staff. So I do feel very strongly about it, because I've seen organizations fall apart before. And I don't want that to happen to the village, and I don't want people not to get paid. And I want the village to get through this. And I hope that once this is approved, as I hope it is, that we will move on quickly to address the other issues that we need to address in order to truly stabilize the staff and get us back to any sense of normality. But you got to start somewhere. That's my 2 cents.
All right, thank you, Mark. John, I'm going to give you an opportunity to speak. And Shabana, I'm recognizing that you're raising your hand. I do feel that it is important everyone has a chance to voice their opinions. And then if there needs to be a second go around, let's do so. However, I also want to bring the group together because in so many ways we are saying similar things. So John, please take the floor.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. I won't add too much more. I mean, we need to take care of our own. And so I appreciate everything Carol and Mark said. I appreciate the way this is teed up. The Personnel Committee did yeoman's work on this. We have to appreciate our staff, and we have to create conditions where they are going to want to stay, short-term, medium-term, long-term. And it is a crisis. I was happy that I was able to work with staff and PAA to get clerk help in. Aline has been great. I know Brian's been working to get financial assistance. Mark alluded to that. Staff is addressing this emergency, but we got to give them more hands. And so, I really appreciate the Personnel Committee making this a special meeting. Carol, your leadership, I'm going to fully support these motions. The other thing I'll say is, and we talked about this during the budget time, we're getting a payroll deal right now. These folks are doing major work for little payroll dollars. And we are obviously going to fill those positions over time. But we talked about the village's tax levy. We're about $1 million less than where Maple Bluff is, and a comparable sized community. So we are getting a deal, and I think we should take care of our own. And as I said, I'm going to support these motions.
All right, thank you, John. Shabnam, if I'll give you the floor, and then I'd like to bring this group together in a forward motion. So Shabnam, please go ahead, Kate, and then we need to start focusing on actually getting a motion on the floor and moving on with business. Please go ahead, Shabnam.
Okay, thanks, Dietmar. I just had a question. I was just trying to figure out if maybe I'm missing something. Can somebody tell me where did this idea come from? Because it came before it went to personnel. Whose idea was it, and what was their thought process? What did to come up with this idea?
Can anyone speak to that? The root origins of the incentive pay, both in recognizing work that has been done and then work that's going to happen. How did this congeal?
I think the genesis might have been me bringing up the situation after the unanticipated departure of Deputy Clerk, Deputy Treasurer Shipman. Hers came out of the blue.
Yep.
No one knew about it. We got same day notice. Completely unprepared. Just lost Chrissy, and we realized we were not equipped at that point to do very core functions, and the timing occurred at a point in the month when critical duties needed to be completed, and it then became Julie's job essentially to figure out a way to get through that. And when we started to scramble trying to figure out what is an alternative option at this point, we're stuck. We absolutely have to scramble. And we could not afford to lose another person. We literally were down to the bare minimum that we can keep things going. So I think the genesis of it was me. I think the thought process behind that, the tie-in was the police department's hiring bonus when they were targeting retention and recruitment efforts over the last years. And I think the numbers sort of formulated from that starting point.
All right. Shabnam, does that answer your question?
It was a two-part question. So Brian, it was your idea, and the thought process through it. Did you ask Julie what she wanted?
Yeah, I consulted each of the staff members, but again, as others have appropriately noted, it isn't solely financial. There are other factors that we are trying and needing to address to really get to the root of what needs to change in the village to make this a good work environment. We are understanding of what that is. I'm not exactly comfortable speaking at length about it tonight.
All right. Shabnam, does that satisfy your line of questions?
I'm going to respect what Dietmar wants right now, which is let's bring this conversation to an end.
Kate, are you bringing this to a close here?
I can.
Yep,
Sure.
great.
I feel the same way that I think a lot of my colleagues feel tonight, but I just want to point out a couple things. We say we want to appreciate our staff. I do appreciate our staff, and the way we can show that is also through forward action. For example, not having them prepare for budgets, not bringing something to the table like the acquisition of a major building that would have strained staff in an already difficult time over last summer. These are also other tools and levers we have. These are self-created emergencies. Chaos was mentioned a lot tonight, okay? We are self-creating this fire and now we have to throw water on it. But we can also control this. And I look to our leaders here to show some accountability for these things, to John and again to Brian. Okay, I'm not hearing any ownership over this. It sounds like things are happening to you, but you are also drivers in this destiny. And that is my hitch here. I understand that we need to appreciate our staff, obviously. But I don't know that throwing money at the problem, maybe some people will sleep better tonight because they feel good. Ooh, I gave someone a bonus. That is not going to solve this problem big picture. So that is my point. And I don't know what else. I don't know what to say.
Sure. I think your point, at least on my end, is understood. I'll share my thoughts and opinion, and I won't repeat what others have said. But in a lot of ways, a lot of folks work hard, and I think that needs to be recognized. And a way that's done in a capitalistic model is through different ways of appreciation. One is monetary, one could be vacation, and there could be other things. I think your point and Shabnam's point is fair of perhaps looking at the root of the issue, but it shouldn't take away with what's necessary, and that is the staff that are, the motion that's in front of us right now, have worked hard. They have worked hard and above and beyond the call of duty. Now, the root origins of these, we may differ on how we got there and if it's right or if it isn't right. But I think there needs to be an acknowledgement and compensation. So that's one of the motions that's on there, and that's looking into the past. There's a second motion on there that looks into the future. We really haven't even crossed that bridge yet. But what I want from the trustees to happen is to formulate a motion, to bring this to the floor, and that we can vote on this. At this rate, and this is a very, very important topic, but at this rate, we will be here until 3 p.m. And that's not my motivation at all. We need to make thoughtful decisions, get through this, and move on. So, Shabnam, you have your hand up. Are you bringing something to the floor?
Yes, sorry. As Julie and I have had disagreements, but I respect her, I appreciate her, and I want to truly support her. And so I want to ask Julie, of everything that the board could give you right now, do you want a bonus or do you want something else? I want to give Julie what Julie wants. And that's all, that's my question.
So you're not bringing a motion to the floor. You have another follow-up question.
It was not a motion. It was I want to make sure we're giving Julie what she wants.
All right, Julie, would you like to answer that question?
Not really.
Okay.
I'm uncomfortable with that one right now.
Yep.
I'll make a motion.
All right, Shabnam, you heard Julie?
Understood. Yep, understood.
All right. Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve Personnel Committee recommendation for a lump sum appreciation bonus to Fitzgerald and Ballinger. Fitzgerald of $5,000 and Ballinger of $2,500.
Okay, everybody's heard the motion. Is there a second for that motion?
I second.
Okay. Yes.
I'd like, so
Hold on, Carol. Motion is on the floor. To clarify the motion, you're reading what is in the packet, but for Mooney, you're addressing it specifically for Fitzgerald of $5,000 and Bollinger for $2,500. Correct. Shabnam, you seconded that motion, correct? All right, so let's get to the conversation piece of this. Carol.
I'm gonna stick up for giving Brian also an appreciation bonus. He is working very, very hard, putting himself out there to try to lead the staff, plug the holes. I don't agree with leaving Brian off.
Are you intending
I
to
would
amend
like
the
to
motion?
amend the motion, to make it look like as printed. Person to approve the Personnel Committee recommendation for a lump sum appreciation bonus to administration staff, Mooney 5,000, Fitzgerald 5,000, Ballinger 2,500.
All right. So You made the original motion. Are you willing to amend this motion?
I do not want to amend it.
That's not yet. You need to you need a motion to amend a motion.
I understand. I'm asking Kate if she would like to amend it. If she said she does not want to amend it.
But she doesn't own it either. She doesn't own the motion. The board owns the motion.
You're correct. Thank you for that point, the clarification. Mark, before I go to you, Bob had his hand up. I'm going to go to him. Bob, what would you like
I
to add?
totally agree with Carol. I think that we need to reward all of the staff. Brian, regardless of how you paint what his current duties are, the guy has been working way beyond what would normally be expected of anyone. And I think we need to recognize that. And I do take a little, I want to comment on what you said, Kate, that something about, that we feel good going out of here. This is not about us. We should be hoping that the staff goes out of here feeling good. That's what this is about. It's not about us. It's about keeping this staff and recognizing them. However impersonal money may be, it does help. And it was proposed by staff. So I think that it's something that's important to them. So I'm with Carol on this. It should include everybody. Thank you.
All right, Mark.
Yeah, I'd like to just call the vote on this one. I mean, it's getting late. We still got a lot to do. Let's call a vote. If this motion fails, then I'll make a motion. If it succeeds, then we'll move on to the next order of business. But I think we just need to move on.
Great. So you're calling.
I'm calling the vote.
All right, that is your prerogative to do. So let's go through calling the vote. And Julie, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote on this one. Just to follow
Julie,
the process.
Dietmar, can you switch up the roll call? Can we go in the opposite order of the roll call?
I don't know if there are any rules to that. I have zero issue with that. Who gets called
I
first?
just go alphabetically with the president last, but I can do it however you guys direct me to.
I'm just wondering why the president always has to be last.
That's just common practice from what I've learned, but.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Dietmar, did we have a second on Kate's motion?
There is a second on Kate's motion, and that second is by Shabnam.
Okay.
Mark has
Thank you.
called the vote. It is his right to call the vote, so let's follow the procedures on this one. And I've called a roll call on this, and Shabnam requested it be read in reverse order. I take no issue with that. So
I can do that.
please call the.
So we're voting on
And
not.
just to be
on-
clear, only on your motion, and your motion is only for a lump sum appreciation bonus abbreviated for Fitzgerald of $5,000 and for Bollinger for $2,500. Okay? So,
Okay. So, President Imes,
No.
Kate Elswick,
Yes.
Shabnam Lutfi,
Yes.
Mark Lederer,
No.
Bob Falk,
No.
Dietmar Basuna,
no.
and Carol Barford.
No.
Motion fails.
All right, motion fails. With that, is there another motion that wants to hit the floor? Mark?
Yes. I'll make the motion to approve Personnel Committee recommendation for a lump sum appreciation bonus to the administrative staff, Mooney 5,000, Fitzgerald 5,000, and Bollinger 2,500.
Is there a second to that motion? Harold seconded. Is there any other conversation on this motion that's on the floor? Shabnam, I see your hand is up. Please go ahead.
Okay, just clarification on this bonus. Does it have a clawback provision, or if they get it and leave next week, that's totally allowed?
It is my understanding by the way the motion reads that there is no clawback, that this is an appreciation bonus for work that has been performed. And that's my interpretation of how this is worded. So it is looking in the past for work that has been performed.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification. I was just confused because in the introduction of this, Carol was talking about how this is a stay, it's a retention bonus, and it was about retention. So I was just confused about that.
No problem. All right, are there any other questions, comments about the motion that's on the floor? Seeing none, Julie, can you please call the roll in reverse order?
I want to clarify that was made by Mark and seconded by Carol.
That is accurate.
Thank you. Okay, roll call vote. President Hines,
Yes.
Kate Elswick,
No.
Shabna Lutfi,
No.
Mark Lederer,
Yes.
Bob Falk,
Yes.
Dietmar Basuner,
Yes.
and Carol Barford.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Now, on to the second part of this conversation, and that is looking forward for retention bonuses. We can roll this out in several ways. I feel like we've spent a fair amount of time already giving conversation to this. Is there anyone that would like to make a motion so that we can get into conversations about this? Carol,
I will
your
make,
hand is up.
yep. I move to approve Personnel Committee recommendation for retention bonuses for Mooney, Fitzgerald, and Ballinger in the amounts of 15K, 15K, and 7.5K respectively, to be paid out over the next 10 months as part of the normal payroll.
All right, is there a second to that motion? Mark, I saw your hand up. So there's a motion on the floor, and it in most every aspect mimics what's in the packet. Carol,
Yes.
got it? And it has been seconded by Mark. Conversations, questions, comments regarding the motion that's on the floor. Kate,
What budget is this being paid out of?
would you like to answer that?
I can address it in part and say that I believe 18K is out of salary savings. Is that the right amount, Brian? Yeah. The rest, I believe, is coming from unassigned fund balance.
Correct.
Okay, and I want to point out, we must be using some of that 18K to pay our interim hire from the.
Interim clerk?
Yeah. So that's probably 18,000 less per salary. Okay. And in total, that's $37,500.
Any other questions or comments from the group? All right, seeing none, let's call the roll. Please, Julie, in reverse order.
All right, finish that.
Yeah, please,
Okay.
I apologize, no rush.
Okay,
And everybody's clear on the motion that's on the floor?
Could you repeat it again, Dietmar? I'm sorry.
There's no problem. The motion was put on the floor by Carol, seconded by Mark, and I'm going to read what is in the packet, and that is to approve the Personnel Committee recommendation for retention bonuses for Mooney, Fitzgerald, and Ballinger in the amount of $15,000, $15,000, and $7,500 respectively, to be paid out over the next 10 months as part of the normal payroll.
Very good. Thank you for repeating that for me.
Julie, whenever you're ready.
President Hines,
Yes.
Kate Elswick,
No.
Shabna Lutfi,
No.
Mark Lederer,
Yes.
Bob Falk,
Yes.
Dietmar Basuner,
No.
Carol Barford.
Yes.
We have 4 yeses and 3 no.
Motion passes. All right, let's move on to if the board would like, if the trustees of this body would like to consider an additional motion on this topic or not. And that is in your board packet. What's the appetite for anyone? another round on this. Mark?
Question for Carol. Was this discussed in the personnel committee, the issue of the salary survey and whether there were alternative ways to get it done?
We did not talk about that in personnel, no.
Hasn't been discussed.
No.
Okay. I would say this is not my highest priority at the moment. My number one priority and only priority is getting a financial assistant in here to take the pressure off us on the financial side. We have to have somebody. That's, to me, where all our energy and focus should be, is to relieve that pressure. And put us in a position where we're not so vulnerable as we are at this moment. So I don't know that I have a strong feeling about this. I think this is something that probably does need to be done. The way that it needs to be done and who should do it is perhaps a bit more of an open question. Maybe that's something that should be taken up in personnel. But I really hope that our focus and our energy is getting another staff member in here to work with Julie on the finances of the village. I mean, our audit has now been put off from February till June. That's not good. We don't, it's critical that we know where our finances stand. And we're just pushing things off. So we've got to get the staff in here and the support in here to get these things done on a timely basis, whether it's bank reconciliations, whether it's the audit, whether it's the payment of bills that we didn't do tonight. I mean, these are the signs of an organization that's failing. And we need to address that quickly.
Okay, so if I could synthesize what you said, that you have no desire to pursue an additional motion for this topic.
I think my preference would be to refer it to personnel and see what the alternative ways. I do think we need to go through the exercise. The question is, what's the most economical, efficient way to do it? And personnel has people with the experience. And if they come back and say, yeah, PAA, this is the way to go, I'll support it, but I'd like to hear that first.
All right. Are there any other trustees that are wishing to pursue this third part of the agenda item? And scanning the room, I see a whole bunch of head shaking. Bob, you're somewhat in still form right now. Okay, it's head shaking as well. So I think there's general sentiment that we're not going to pursue this third part of the motion or a third motion. The third part to this agenda item, which then gets us on to agenda item 7B, Roman numeral 4, which is discussion and possible action, policies and tools for fulfillment of open records requests. And it has Barford next to it. So Carol, that must mean you have the floor again to offer information and color to what's in addition to what's in the packet.
Thank you. I'll try to keep it quick. Everyone on the board and many in the public are aware that we are behind on fulfilling open records requests. And besides the basic shortage of staff to do it, we need to figure out, is there any other tool? Is there any other method to speed the process? So I set about looking for those kinds of ways. Number one, policies that might make the process clearer. I looked at Dane County and at the city of Madison, and particularly Dane County has a much more succinct, easy to use policy than what we've looked at previously from the Wisconsin Attorney General's office. That was a very big document. So this is in the packet. Is the board interested in pursuing a shorter a short form to get up there on the website to make available for people who might be thinking about filing an open records request. Would we want to modify it? Is it of interest? The second item, training. There's training out there everywhere that you can find online of just running the gamut of levels of detail and usefulness, I would imagine. You can get training for municipal employees at the Wisconsin Public Records Board. That seems like one of the go-to and authoritative place. You can also get some more modest training through the League of Wisconsin Municipalities. So I know that we don't have anybody who's actually taken training on fulfilling open records requests on the staff right now. We have people who've done it, but we don't have anybody who's trained. So that is something to consider. Dane County uses a platform called NeoGov to get their staff trained, I believe, every other year. So that is a frequency and a mode in which it could be done, but there are lots. Software. So City of Madison has recently implemented this software called GovQA, and I put that in the packet, just some pages of it. It is actually a product of a company called Granicus, which is the same one that makes Legistar. So I don't know who in here may be familiar with Legistar, the system that Madison uses for their minutes and their agenda items, their packet essentially. But I believe that and the City of Madison folks are willing to talk about it now that the February election is done, so I can round back to them and talk about their experience. I believe it's a records management software, and by dint of managing the records, you make the open records fulfillment easier. So it deals with all the stuff like retention schedules. So it seems just like a system of tagging different documents so that they're searchable. And I don't know if it does the redaction for you. I kind of doubt that, but the people at Madison say that it's made their life much, much easier. Part of the logic of software like GovQA is that they make a lot of the records available up front so that people can do their own searching. And a couple meetings ago, we were talking about this, our special meeting in January, and Craig Weinhold, a resident, described some workflow changes that could be done by us with all of our extra spare time, to make open records fulfillment easier. And are some of them easy enough that they would be practicable? Is something we could explore, but essentially it's a roll your own way of making records available, which would be to train the trustees and the staff to separate the wheat and the chaff. What's a record? What's not a record? Tag them, put them in bins, and the certain bin number 1 would be searchable by anyone. Bin number 2 would contain those records that have private information or privileged or things that currently belong in closed session that would have access to whoever is our records officer, presumably the clerk. So there are some hitches in that little scheme, some things that would have to be worked out, but it could be tried for no money. So let me just add one more piece, which is it's been suggested that we try to find a third party who will help us, who we would hire to help us with open records request fulfillment. And it's a very logical thing to ask. These, as far as I can tell, with diligent searching, I have not been able to find a single firm that does this. Lots of firms will help you to request a record, but nobody will help you to fulfill an open records request. with the exception that you can hire consultants to overhaul your whole set of processes and set you up with GovQA and I mean, you can hire consultants to remake you so that you can do the open records request faster, but they won't actually do it for you. So these are the nuances. And this is just bringing these things to the board to hear what people are interested in pursuing.
All right. Kate, you were quick to raise your hand.
Sure.
Let's go pick on you.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Carol, I think all of these ideas are excellent. I would honestly defer to you, Brian, with your staff, given where we are, what would be the easiest to implement right now, or, some low-hanging fruit we could implement right away. Truly, I think any of these will be better than what we currently have, probably. So I think they're all great options. I also just want to ask, how are we pacing right now with open records? Are they starting to slow down? Like are we anticipating more coming? What I'm trying to assess, what is the actual?
I don't necessarily know how to answer how can you anticipate what's coming, but I can say that the most recent round of received requests have been much more limited in scope and far easier to turn around immediate responses to. The ones that are outstanding that have the greatest problem and the biggest backlog on time are the very comprehensive. We're looking for a year of records and multiple people involved. Different word searches involving all staff. And then trying to think what was the last.
So we do have some pretty comprehensive ones. So
Yeah, I mean, the ones that are outstanding, I think, are predominantly the ones that have the most, they aren't just one question. It's a series of like 6 or more part answers that have been, we want personal text messages of the staff to coworkers. We want video camera footage and audio recordings of security cameras within Village Hall. The things that are not your typical responses. At least I believe those are the ones that are unfulfilled at this time.
Got it. Okay. Just trying to understand where we're at. If we're starting to slow down a little bit with some of them or not. But anyways, I think all these are great. I defer to you on what is possible to implement now, what could be a short-term thing. So I'm in favor of some cocktail of this for sure.
I mean, we're open. Go ahead, Dimar.
No, I was going to prompt you into this because it's a direct question to you. So
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm open to any and all suggestions. I really think it's a staffing situation more than it is technology. But that being said, I am absolutely open to if there's a better system out there and something that will help us manage this more effectively and efficiently, we are all for it.
Okay. Does that answer your question? I'm scanning the room. Mark, please.
Yeah, so I guess the first thing I'd ask.
I apologize. Are you done? Yes, Mark.
First thing I ask Brian is, where do you see this in the priorities of the village at this point in time? With a very limited staff.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a lot to process. I mean, I do appreciate, Carol, everything you've thrown out on this, but it's not clear given how tight we are with staffing right now. What kind of resources do we want to devote to this now? Can we afford to devote to this and still maintain current operations? So that's my first part of my question. And my second question is looking at that process. We now have, is it Elena, the new interim clerk? She comes from Monona.
Correct.
Monona
Yep.
obviously has open records requests. So one possibility that occurred to me is that maybe, given her long experience there, I don't know whether you've talked to her at all about this, but whether they have a process, because we can't change on a dime. There's no way. And the training and the technology, but what we could do maybe is maybe someone like her could help us get through this period by suggesting some of the things that Monona has done, which she already knows how to do exactly. And so she could take up the ball on this and free up the other resources, the other staff members to focus on the financials, to focus on other administrative tasks. So that's kind of where I am, is what's the priority of this relative to all the other responsibilities you have? And secondly, can she help us? Is there a way, some kind of an interim path that we can follow, a transitional path, say, what can we do to take some of the pressure off in the short term while we're looking at these other long-term solutions?
So if I could, maybe in my own words, understand what you're suggesting is both you and Kate are in favor of things that are being proposed. We really don't know any or all of them could work, wouldn't work, but it's really reliant on, Brian, what's within our ability to manage right now. Is that a fair sentiment, a fair understanding of this?
Yes, can I just
Yeah,
add,
please.
like, I mean, we also have to fulfill, I understand your priority point, but like, we have to legally fulfill open records requests. So whether it's a priority for Brian or not, at some point he has to fulfill them. So there is, you know, and maybe, you know, the timing of that or the, you know, size of certain ones or whatever will take longer, but you know, it has to be prioritized. So
But this is more of a, I'm sorry, Mark, I think what Carol is suggesting, process changes to help future fulfillment. And you were trying to take the temperature of the board. What's the appetite to do so? Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, nothing here is going to relieve the immediate pressure. I mean, you know, there's not that much. Short of the board deciding to put priority on the open records, to prioritize open records requests. I mean, I've thought about that with respect to the later agenda item regarding trustee Lutfi. Should the board together be prioritizing which open records requests go out first? And take a hand in this, which has become such a big issue, such a big problem.
Let's put a pin in that. I want to go to trustee Falk, Lotfi, and Imes to get their take on this. Shabnam, you have your hand partly raised. I assume that means you're ready to ask and do something or offer some guidance here.
Well, as while we're talking about this open records request process and trying to come up with ideas for how we're going to get them fulfilled, I want to bring up an issue with it for everybody's consideration, but it is related to the P&L. Unfortunately, I don't have another example to share. It's just the only example I have. I know it's a contentious one, so I wish I had another example. I'm just using this because I don't have anything else. But last week or 2 weeks ago, at some point, I went to Village Hall and I was talking to Julie, and she asked me, could you pay the $120 for your open record request, which has been outstanding since November 25th, the one that only has your emails? And I was like, yes, Julie, absolutely. I'm happy to pay it. I gave her $125. She gave me the flash stick. So I came home and I looked at it, and it just kind of confused me a little bit. So I'm going to share my screen for a second. I only need 30 more seconds to make my point. So I'm going to share my screen. I hope everybody can see it. Can everybody see my screen?
You can, it's relatively small, but you may have to just either make it bigger or talk about it.
Let me see if I can say
Getting bigger.
slideshow. Okay, here we go. So my open record request was that I'm looking for emails with a file attachment, and this was the name, and this was the name. So it had very specific points to it. And what I got were these emails, and when you open them up, it gives you the email that I sent to the board saying, hey, I have this document that I just got, and so forth. But what didn't show up and surprised me was that it didn't include this, which it does say the title of the document, 23 FY LEC LMAD back half update. And this was in an email from Ava Kenny on Wednesday, September 3rd. And if you clicked on this link, it would pop up, which is the document I was looking for. And it also didn't show up the original email that I got from Tim Rickers with the attachments. And you can see down here, LMAD PL FY 23. Like they're exact. I'll go back so you can see them. But the point that I'm trying to make is that when documents are being uploaded to a drive, they're not showing up in open record requests. And so while we're coming up with a process, I think we need to consider how to include documents that you can't get through Computer Magic because it's not an email search. But even when it is an email search, even when I was paying for my own emails, I realized I didn't even get all my own emails. So something is clearly wrong with the process because I paid for my own emails and I didn't get all of them.
Okay. Is there anything else, Shabnam, that you'd like to add related to?
You guys need a policy that would include documents being uploaded to drives that or Computer Magic doesn't have access to.
So that's a statement. Do you want to address that? Then please go ahead and address that. And then I do want to go to John and Bob as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, Wisconsin Public Records Board has relatively new advice and training for municipalities on what to do with things like drives, cloud storage, and other modes that might not be showing up in whatever Computer Magic does when we ask them to search. So it is developing.
Okay. So policy and process and should be considered as part of this future way of improving deliverance and systems of open records requests. Bob or John, do you want to add anything? Shabnam, are you
One
there
last
anything else
quick
that you'd like
comment.
to?
Thank you so much, because one last very, very quick comment. The other thing that I learned with my open record request, because I got a report and it showed the start time of the search and the end time of the search. And the total time it took Computer Magic to work on my request was 1 minute. So I paid $120 for 1 minute. That's all. Maybe, and a part of this process, we need to talk about fees.
All right. Thank you. John or Bob, do you want to add commentary, offer an opinion, ask questions?
Yeah, Dietmar, I'll just jump in. I mean, there's a motion there. I support it. I mean, I have to defer to staff on this. I mean, my understanding is that it's really unprecedented, the number and scale of records requests that we've gotten. I know, Brian, you've had conversations with other communities. It's in multiples of 3 or 5 or 7 or 10 times what other communities experience. So that's something that we, have had to dealt with. So I'm in favor of, staff, finding the time. I kind of agree with Mark. First things first, it's a finance issue right now. Second thing's not at all, but we're going to have to pursue this, and it would be good to know how much it's going to cost and what are some of the, what are some of the specifics with respect to the data platforms or third-party help. Carol, I appreciate the yeoman's legwork you've done on this. And I'd like us to pursue it because obviously there's a backlog. We want to address that. And then we want to be able to respond to these requests in a timely fashion moving forward.
You wanted to add something or respond to John comment, please?
Yes. So I wrote the recommendation here in the agenda item, but I was remiss. I should have mentioned that, of course, it can go to committee. And given how busy the staff is, perhaps it should go to committee. at the risk of volunteering my own committee for yet another beefy load of work. I mean, I don't know where the board would like to send it most. I feel like the low hanging fruit are the policies. The first item, you know, do we want to adopt a policy? And then also thinking about the $0 workflow changes. So what's the right committee for that? I don't know. Yeah.
Let's get to that. Thank you. Is that okay? If I move on to Bob. Bob, do you have any thoughts, opinion, commentary to add?
Well, I would just say I think everything we can do as far as technology to make this easier, I'm really behind that. I think I would put a plea out to all of our residents that unless you have a request that is, you know, really important and essential, I'm sure a lot of people think everyone is, but if we can delay some of this stuff, it'll take some pressure off of staff until we right this ship.
All right. Thank you, Bob. So I think we've all said our piece on this. Whoa, Gesundheit. That was pretty loud. So let's bring this to a close. Let's wrap our arms around this whole thing. Where do we want to take this? I feel, I sense that we do want to improve this. There might be appetite to certainly not do it now, but later. And Carol, you had offered a suggestion of kicking this down to committee. And if that is something that the trustees want to pursue, where is it best suited for conversation and direction? Kate.
I do think that, I kind of think this is Brian's call. Like, I don't know. I mean, I don't see an obvious committee, so I do think this is the village staff are tasked with fulfilling these, so I think they should design the system that works for them. So as, you know, as time allows, it's not like, I understand this current state of affairs. We have other things that might be priority in terms of hiring staff, things of that nature, but I do think we need to get to this quickly. And, you know, I guess I would expect a plan from Brian at like a future board meeting for us to approve.
That's fair. And I guess maybe to that point, thank you for offering that part B to your commentary. You know, there's so many other things that are priority. Yeah, I look back to our January meeting, priority is facilities improvement. So anyway, this is not on the agenda tonight. I share that sentiment that we could offer opinions, we could offer suggestion that could get down in committee, but ultimately the work is done on your end. So my recommendation would be think about it, sleep on it at a future point in time. You know, come back to this. Not this group, a different group, and you know, provide some recommendations. How do the rest of the trustees see that direction? Mark, then Carol.
Yeah, I think the staff's focus, to the extent that the staff has time to focus on open records, they need to continue the process going. We can't stop processing open records while we reinvent the process. Who knows how long that timeline will be. So given that they have all these other competing priorities, as well as open records to fulfill, then that keeps them pretty busy. So to the extent that the process does need to be redesigned and rethought, I do think it makes sense to have a committee involved in it. There will clearly have to be a staff liaison, like the clerk, the village clerk, being part of that process, because we can't be inventing a process that's divorced from the staff who has to live with it day to day. But so I think we need to sort of separate these things and say, Brian, as best you can, you're going to try to keep these open record requests kind of moving along, but you're going to keep in mind all the other priorities you have and have to work that out. At the same time, hopefully we can identify a committee that would be willing to take this on with a liaison from the village clerk so that they continue to be involved, but it's not big drain on their resources because I don't see the staff having any free time, spare time in the foreseeable future. Even if people are hired soon, as we have done with the interim clerk, just the training process alone is going to keep them very busy, and not in a position to sort of reinvent the whole process of open records. So maybe Alina can jumpstart us on this if the Monona model is something we want to adopt, but otherwise, I think we just need to think about kind of two separate tracks. One to keep records going and two to reinvent the process.
You were up next,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah, I guess I'm just looking for whether the board would like me to keep following up. I'm invited to follow up from City of Madison and Dane County, by phone, to talk more about GovQA, and if people are, if the group is like a straw poll, I guess, wants me to keep on that, then I will. And if not, I won't.
I think that'd be great. I do think you should talk to Alina and find out how Monona operates, because that's the only hope we have right now for any kind of fast track here, is if that's a process which she's already totally trained and familiar, that may be an expedited process for us. I mean, it's probably a low probability, but it's worth a shot.
right, where do the rest of the folks sit on this topic? And that there's a little bit more clarity as to which direction we're going here, because I am not clear right now. Please.
Okay, so I think we should move on because I think we go round and round on this.
Yep.
Carol, if you're willing to continue doing a little more research, I think you've done 85% of it. You could do the last 10 to 15, sure. I do think at a certain point though, because staff is involved, it becomes a staff-driven solution we're gonna need. And I do think there could be some low-hanging fruit. For example, you know, you can create a Google form like that and put it on our website, or, you know, have fields that people plug in, and that might, you know, be easier. We could brainstorm solutions all day here, but I think it's really up to Brian and the team and the eventual new team to really implement it. So I think that's where I'm at. Like, I think any process is gonna be better than what we have right now. So.
Does that meet the general consensus with a simple nod of scanning the room? John, I see you nodding. Mark, you nodded. John, you're nodding. Bob, again, you're relatively still, but maybe that is a nod in there. Okay. So I think the sentiment on this straw poll is there's no formal action being taken, but the body, the boards, the trustees are given direction for Carol to, and are empowering her to do more research and have conversations with staff as it relates to this topic. Is that accurate as I scan the room? Okay, I see head nodding all around. Wonderful. That gets us past item 7B, Roman numeral 4, on to 7B, Roman numeral 5, TID closure letter. By the way, I'm going to make this comment here, and maybe I can take the credit, Brian, maybe not. But I love how last names are now next to agenda items. So that's wonderful. Thank you for doing that. Mark, the floor is yours. Do you want to tee this up? I think some
Sure.
constituents spoke about it in the
So there's
in our 3-minute
a page and a half
go ahead.
memo in the packet that I authored. And then Kate Crowley and Gloria Beach is working on this within the finance committee. And they've also attached a couple of pages of emails describing the process. So my memo is just trying to summarize this a little bit. So it all begins with the financial management plan that we've been working with Ellers on, that shows significant deficits, operating deficits, that is, not capital deficits, operating deficits in ensuing years. And in fact, in 2026 budget, it took $125,000 drawdown from the unassigned fund balance to close the 26 budget. So we already had a substantial deficit this year, which fortunately we have a surplus to balance it. But the problem doesn't go away and in fact gets larger over time. So that's got the finance committee kind of focused on what are the potential solutions out there. And there are a number of them. The board has already considered, the finance committee has already considered a tax levy referendum, raising the levy limit. And the recommendation from the finance committee was not to do that this year, but consider it in future years. And I think the board has taken that recommendation to heart. So another big idea that has surfaced in the finance committee is closing the TIDs early. So the tax incentive districts, of which we have 3, right? We draw some property tax revenue from them, but the lion's share of that revenue, which is related to the development of those properties over time, stays in the district and funds the infrastructure development in the district. So the hope here would be to close them early so that we could return to the village general fund, not just the base taxes that those TIDs produce, but the incremental taxes, that is to say, the taxes on all the added value to that property since those TIDs were created. So that would be the strategy, and it appears that at least one TID, TID 4, may be able to be closed early. And there are a number of benefits if we can do that. I would discuss 3 of them. One of them is that when you close a TID, you're permitted under the levy limits to have a fairly modest increase in the levy limit based on a formula that's derived from the state. And in the case of TID 4, that's about $30,000. So closing TID 4 early would deliver an immediate increase in the levy by that amount. Not enough to solve any of our future deficits, but a start. Another benefit of closing the TIDs is when they close, they have to satisfy all their outstanding liabilities. They have to pay off all their debts, all their operating costs and the like, is that if they do that and they still have a surplus, that surplus can get distributed to the tax jurisdictions, one of which is the village. So that any surplus would also be a contribution. It would be a one-time event, but it would also help bolster the operating budget. Another possibility is to use that surplus and donate it to another TID to accelerate the closure of, say, TID 3, which is the largest TID. It's over Marshall Court. And that might have benefits. We're not sure at this point whether TID 3 is eligible to receive such a donation, but it's one of the technical issues that will have to be looked at. And then finally, when you close a TID, all that property comes back on the tax roll, not just that property that's been generating revenue off the base value that the village has received in the last few years, but the revenue on the total value of the property, which essentially means that the tax base of the village is broadened. Okay. And so when you do that, and you assume that it's basically, if you take the levy limit, let's pick a number, say it's $3 million, and you divide that by all the value of the property in the village, you get the tax rate. So if we can increase the denominator, that is the value of all the property in the village that's taxable, we'll be able to reduce that tax rate. Okay, which means that the residents will be paying a bit less, everything else being equal. So that is a benefit in and of itself. So there's a lot of technical questions associated with the issue of whether you can close a TID, how you close a TID, and whether a TID can make a donation to another TID. And for that, we'll need some technical assistance from Ellers, who is kind of working as our financial advisor in this, as well as from Sonia at Vanderwall, who is familiar with land use and the existing TIDs themselves. So the recommendation and the motion that we want to make is in the packet as well. Brian and I talked today a little bit about what the ask would be in terms of the dollars here. And Brian, I don't know if you were able to kind of ballpark a number for what that might look like.
Initially, I think we can go with something modest, like around 2,000, since I think this is primarily just going to involve Vandewall initially. Ellers, this can be added in as part of the overall financial management tool costs, which we have not fully used as of their last reporting to me. So I think for the moment, I think we just do a conservative number like 2,000, get Vandewall involved for some initial conversations. We can obviously bring it back to the board in a subsequent month to have an additional ask if it does prove to be an avenue that we want to pursue.
And if we decide to close TID 4, probably would not, the earliest date it would close would be 2027, 2027. So, and the additional revenues and the benefits would not really be available till 2028. So this is a longer term solution than some of the other things that we'll have to be looking at, because we have that deficit in 2027. It really doesn't solve this. And it may be that closing the TIDs along with a strategy that involves potentially a tax levy referendum in 2027, some combination of those two factors, plus perhaps other things like a wheel tax, perhaps some expense savings. I think all these things are on the table still in Finance Committee, and we're working our way through it. There is going to be no single magic bullet to making these deficits go away. We're just going to have to work the problem.
Thank you, Mark. Very detailed, very technical. I think what I would like to propose is to get a motion on the floor. Perhaps it will get seconded. And then if there are really technical questions that want to be asked by trustees to get a different understanding, add more color to it, I think that's all fair. So if somebody has the desire to put a motion on the floor, I think I would entertain that. Mark, it can't be you. Of course, go ahead, please.
I can't be my own advocate. Okay.
There you go. Let's go.
All right.
The floor is yours.
Oh, you're going to let me? Okay, fine. So my motion is to approve the expenditure of up to $2,000 to pay consulting costs for advanced planning to close TIDs early to be funded by the TIDs. So then that's a key part of the motion here, is that we will not be pulling money out of the operating budget of the village in order to try to solve this problem. We will use the TID's own resources.
Before this gets seconded, just to make sure that we're all on the same page, the motion as written says preliminarily funded. You didn't say that, and that might have been with purpose or not. I don't know.
I think the confusion is that I drafted the motion one way, and Brian had it slightly different in the board packet.
Fair. So you read it your way, which does not comport to what's written in here. And that's fine. I think everybody heard the motion, so we can just go with that. But I want to be very clear about that very nuance here. So there's a motion that's been made. Is there a second to this? Kate got it first, Bob. You were a bit too slow. So motion by Mark, second by Kate. Now to trustees, are there questions for Mark or Brian or comments? Shabnam, please.
Sure. My only comment is that I would like to thank Gloria Beach and Kate Crowley for this great idea. It may not solve our entire deficit, but it's genius and clever to look into. And we should acknowledge credit for where the ideas come from. So kudos to Kate Crowley and Gloria Beach.
All right. Thank you, Shabnam. Is there anything else that you would like to add or ask? Good. All right. John, do you have anything to add? No, shaking your head. Bob Falk. No, got it. Kate.
I think it's a great idea. Thank you for bringing it.
Wonderful. Carol?
Same.
All right, I think we're ready to call the roll on this one. Dealer's choice, up or down, don't really care.
Well, we did two one way. How about we go back and I'll just alternate points?
There you go. And everybody's clear on the motion. I see general head nodding. Motion by Mark, second by Kate.
Okay. I'm just making some adjustments from our last vote here, sorry. All right. Carol Barford,
Yes.
Dietmar Basuner,
Yes.
Bob Falk,
Yes.
Mark Lederer,
Yes,
Shadon Lutfi,
Yes.
Kate Elswick,
Yes.
and President I.
Yes.
All right, that motion passes. Mark, there is a second part to this in the meeting packet. And I believe if I read this, Ryan, you sort of alluded to it or you commented on it. That might not be priority right now, but for a future conversation on the Eller side? Or do you still want this motion to be put forward here?
I think the sooner we have a discussion or the sooner we get them involved in this, it's probably to the village's benefit, honestly. So I'm not saying this from I support wholeheartedly. I'm just saying it's something we need to decide and need to see where it might best fit. And I think the sooner we do that, the better.
All right. So for trustees to consider, is there willingness to make this part two another motion related to this topic?
Oh.
Mark Lederer.
I'll go ahead and get the motion on the table.
Great.
Okay, to assist the village administrator to obtain a quote. To request the village administrator to obtain a quote from Ellers to assist the village with associated planning related to a possible 2027 village referendum.
All right, is there a second? Carol? Is everybody clear on the motion? It has been seconded by, it's been put on the floor by Mark. It's been seconded by Carol. Questions, comments? John Imes? None, shaking head. Shabnam, Latvi, questions, comments? None. Bob Falk, none. Carol? Kate?
So we're allowing Brian to go to Ellers to spend some time with them to produce what exactly? To produce a timeline if we need to have a referendum, to produce financial documents about why we would need one. What exactly is the output?
I would say it's going to be a quote for Ellers to help assist the village prepare for an upcoming referendum. No date in mind. I mean, we're saying 2027 here, but I assume costs are going to be contingent on this year, next year, 2 years. So to get that process started, bring a quote back or some kind of a contract that outlines what it is that covers.
Okay.
What's their involvement, their role in that process, so that everybody can have a discussion.
Does that satisfy your need to know? I guess my only, if I may, if you're done. My only comment, I guess, would be, you would do that anyway, without necessarily board direction. Perhaps. But you feel that there's a need to formalize it in a motion so that at least you have the ability to go out and seek this quote proposal, this inquiry?
I mean, I think it would be helpful to know. I don't want to bring things forward that there is an interest in talking about. I think it's tied to this TID discussion, whether we like it or not.
Yeah.
And I think it's in our best interest to at least have Plan B formalized sooner rather than later, if that is ultimately the plan that is decided to be sought as a solution.
Fair. I guess then my only other parting thoughts on that, and this is fine, I will support this motion. I guess there are many miles left in this road of understanding both income and expenditures for the village, right? And there are many topics that get tossed around. Some that we've talked about tonight with the TID closure. Others are really for these from my perspective, for a future board to consider. And that is how to control all of these. So perhaps to the constituents that are listening, this is not necessarily a nod to go to referendum, but this is a means to understand what that could look like. And that there are many miles in this road that, again, absent me being on this body, that future board members and trustees need to have a conversation about and have a serious discussion about, on how to overcome this this structural deficit that is built in to any municipality's operating budget like ours, and that is not done by just spending money willy-nilly. The fact that we are limited in our tax basis and how that's calculated. So that's my only other comment. Shabnam, you have your hand up for a comment.
Yes. I don't think I'm leaning towards not supporting this motion, because I think that it's just adding to Brian's workload. It is unfair for me to add to Brian's workload for an idea that hasn't maybe gone through finance yet and is something to be maybe considered a year into the future. So we don't need, Brian, you don't need to do this right now. You've got too much on your plate to deal with. You should do this when finance wants you to do it. And I don't think they have asked for this. It could be done in a year, 6 months from now, a year from now. But right now, I'm adding to your workload, and I don't think that's right.
Thank you, Shabnam. Brian, do you want to provide comment to that, or at least perspective on your side, from your side?
I would just reiterate, I think the sooner we get get the information in front of the board. I know it's not ideal, but this is as simple as an email being sent. The work is being done by the consultant to give me a quote to bring back to you. Predominantly, this is not going to be me involved in most of the lift. So I just think it's important to have this before everybody as something to decide. I think next year's election cycle, I might have to go to Julie, but I think it might only be spring.
Correct.
And is there fall? It's
There's
just
no
spring.
election in odd years. Unless
Okay,
there's a
yeah,
special
yeah.
election. So if we went to do a referendum in 27, there's a big lead time to that. So we would have to educate people, provide correct numbers like now in 26. And I don't have the thing from Ellers in front of me, but I believe it was like, gosh, is it 30 or 60 days before you have to have the referendum question to the clerk? So this is something that, and then it wouldn't hit our budget until 28. So it is a long-term planning issue that we can't put off if it's something we're going to pursue.
I would like to maybe add just my observation in all of this. I think initially there is general support for this motion that's on the floor. Shabnam, I hear you. I hope that Brian's response meets your needs. And if it's all right, I'd like to move forward. Again, just voting on this, it seems like you're asking for it. Juliet offered an explanation as to why, although it might seem like it's in the future, there is a component of it of understanding right now. It's a simple email for you, bring it back to this body, and we'll go from there. Is that fair? See general head nodding. Are we, Mark, you had your hand raised. Do you have anything of value to add, or should we just? Should we just?
Now you've raised the bar on it, and I don't think I can meet that bar, so
Good.
I'll pass.
All right, wonderful. Julie, motion's on the floor. Mark put the motion on the floor. Carol seconded. Yep. And you want to call the roll on this?
Okay, another roll call.
Yeah,
vote. Here
why
we
not?
go.
Let's
We'll go
let's stay
this
consistent.
time. So, President Imes,
Yes.
Kate Elsvik,
Abstain.
Shabnam Lutfi,
No.
Mark Lederer,
Yes.
Bob Falk,
Yes.
Mark Basiller,
Yes.
And Carol Barford.
Yes.
All right.
Motion carried.
Motion passes. There we go. Thank you for all of that, folks. Let's move on to 7B, Roman numeral 6, discussion and possible action. First reading of ordinance L-2026-01, amending section 10-1-103 in parentheses B in parentheses 2 of the zoning code related to rear and side yard maximum fence height. So I believe maybe this should have INs after it in terms of commentary to add. There's information in the board packet. John, do you want to provide additional information on this?
Yeah, I mean, there's information in the packet. Brian did, I thought, a good job kind of summarizing the issue, and he can chime in here. Essentially, the commission felt that going from 5 to 6 feet and not changing the other requirements in the ordinance seemed to make sense, to kind of avoid fence issues, keeping the, coming to ZBA. I think that was one of the drivers. And Brian, is there something you want to add about it?
Well, this came up in discussion. We had a public hearing, discussion related to the fence ordinance in general. It was brought up in that overall discussion at Plan Commission by one of the members that a number of these have in recent past history been brought to them requesting variances. It was wasting the ZBA's time because they were seeking these over and over, and it was 6 foot for the fence. It's just the standard size from the sounds of it. So why are we making people go through that process? Unfortunately, when the public hearing was published, I had just modified the language to change from 5 to 6 feet per that prior discussion. There were subsequent comments and considerations brought up at the public hearing related to why do we request that the neighbors have to be in consultation and agree with the fence? Isn't that a little old that we are asking people to go door to door and ask their neighbors if it's okay for them to put up a fence? For the sake of not advancing it through the public hearing with the core issue of being the 6 foot, they said it would probably be best to just have that discussion here, since that was one of the biggest pieces of contention that the members didn't believe warranted staying in the code. There was one suggestion that the rear fence, they didn't like the fact it was going to be 6 feet. I don't know how that fits in the grand scheme of it would have to fit in unison with the rest of the fence. I don't think we're going to have one piece lower, sides higher, but I'm not here to clarify what exactly was meant by that.
Understood. If I could, folks, and I guess as a moderator, I typically like to go last, if at all. I'd like to add my opinion on this. And thank you for whoever kicked this off on the Plan Commission side to actually have this conversation. And Bob, I see your hand raised. I'll get to you as soon as I'm done, if that's all right with you. Because you're right, Brian. There are variance requests that have come before the ZBA over my tenure that seem to always get stuck on this. Folks that would like to see an even higher fence, that variance is not granted, and the maximum height limit is really 6 feet. Now, some people would like that, and for the process to be rooted in seeking a variance, I don't think is fair, and I don't think is the right way to go about it. The only way to do it is to make amends to the zoning code in whatever way, shape, or form the Plan Commission takes the conversation up and lands on a final result. Me personally, most consistently, the ZBA has always ruled on a maximum fence height of 6 feet. So if residents request a variance request increasing the height of the fence, the maximum that the ZBA granted most consistently was 6 feet. So I think this should be changed in the future. I don't know that this is ready for prime time yet. Precisely to what you had mentioned, Brian, that there are some other aspects to this that need to get vetted rather than just adjusting or changing from 5 feet to 6 feet. I think there are other conversations that need to be had in a public forum. So that's what I'd like to add. Bob, I see your hand is up. Why don't you add your commentary?
Yeah, thank you, Dietmar. I have thought a fair amount about this because I have gone through the process of requesting a variance for fence when we put a fence in our property. Just as a reminder to anybody not quite familiar with all this, the default in the village is you can build a fence 4 feet high, has to be 40% open. And as has been alluded to, you can raise that fence to a privacy fence to 5 feet on the side yard and the backyard if you get approval from neighbors. I would first say that I think that kind of having that kind of clause in an ordinance is not good form. I worked my whole career on standards and building codes, and having sort of temporary transient situations, which you can have with different neighbors, really shouldn't be determining in whether somebody's allowed to do something or not. It should be written, I think, without that clause in it. So the sentence or the portion of this that says, sorry, I'm having technical difficulties with my glasses, that solid fences of a screening variety may be installed within side yard or rear yard areas to a maximum height of 5 feet, blah, blah, blah. After first obtaining and filing a written approval and consent of the owner of any property immediately adjoining that portion of the premises upon which said fence shall be located. I think that should be removed. I believe that I appreciate that we're trying to reduce the load on the ZBA, but I think putting a blanket 6 foot has some potential problems, and I will go over those in a minute. I will further say that in the ordinance, it says no solid fence of a screening variety may be installed under any circumstances within the required front yard setback. And before I get to those specific examples, I guess I would say that I think that the spirit here of having a 4 foot fence in Shorewood was to promote neighborliness. I grew up in California where in the neighborhood I grew up, people had 8 foot fences. And I can tell you, it does not promote people talking to each other. And I think that anything above 5 feet really is a privacy fence and does not promote interaction among neighbors. So myself, I'm fine with a 5 foot on either side. In my particular case, I back up to the, as do a lot of people, I think maybe Kate does, along Oxford Road against the university houses. I think in the university houses garden, I was able to get a variance to put a 6 foot fence up because of the visual, blocking some of the visual. I think that that's also appropriate in places, for example, maybe on Tally Ho, where, you're backed up to the train going by, or, this commercial properties. I think 6 foot makes sense. But if I could, let me see if I can share my screen. Uh-oh. Oh, here we go. Can you folks see that?
Nope.
No. Yeah.
Is there
we can
something
see-
Julie has to do? Entire screen. Oh, share. Okay, wait a minute. Sure. Open system settings. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope I can do this. Otherwise, uh, I'll have to explain it verbally.
Please do so.
So across this, if you folks can picture across the street from where I live, at Four Corners, there is the intersection of Edge Hill and Shorewood Boulevard. And the first house on that corner are Diane and Rod Lake. And they're at 1225 Edge Hill Drive. So the front of their property is on Edge Hill Drive. The back of their backyard is on Shorewood Boulevard. If you've walked by there, they have a black iron fence that's about, it's the 4-foot open fence. Now, next door to them is the Richmonds, Erica and Burke Richmond. Their house is 1222 Shorewood Boulevard. So the front of their house is on Shorewood Boulevard. The back of their house is on Edge Hill Drive. So here you have two adjoining properties, of which the front yard abuts the backyard and vice versa. So if you grant a 6-foot privacy fence in the side and backyards, that means that along Shorewood Boulevard, we would have a 6-foot high, potentially, I'm not suggesting the lakes are going to do this, but at some point in the future, it could be proposed to have a 6-foot fence, actually around 3/4 of the property, both of which adjoin streets. And likewise, with the next door to them, the Richmonds could put a 6-foot high fence in their backyard, which would abut the front yard of the lakes. So I'm not sure if that's clear, but we have several situations like this in the village where we have these acute angles of roads coming together, where that potentially somebody could put up a quite high closed fence right on the street. And I don't think that was the intention of the original fence ordinance. In fact, I would argue that the Lakes House, even though they technically have a backyard, they're really a property with 2 front yards, because if you drive by on Shorewood, their property looks as though it's the front of the property. So I make this point not to say that 6 foot is not appropriate in some cases. It's just that there are situations where I think we could get something that is not intended by just putting this blanket 6 foot. So I would agree with one of the residents that said that we shouldn't put 6 foot in the ordinance. I think that if you request 6 foot, again, in cases where you maybe back up to public ground or commercial property, then a little higher fence seems to me to be appropriate. But I think that there are these situations in the village that are rather unique and need to be looked at. And I think that that is where the ZBA in these cases can aid in sorting out that particular issue. So that's what I'd like to offer.
All right, thank you, Bob. Is it fair to say that you want to kick this back to the Plan Commission? Is that your sentiment?
Yes, I would. And again, I'm just worried about this blanket 6 foot. I would propose taking that out, eliminating the need to go to neighbors, keep it at 5 feet, just take out that one sentence. And if you want 6 feet, you go to the ZBA.
Got it. Thank you, Bob. So your sentiment is shared with mine, which is to kick this back to the Plan Commission. Are there other trustees that have the same or a different sentiment with what's before us. Kate,
I concur with Bob and yourself.
take this back to Plan Commission.
Yeah.
I see a nod from Mark. I see a nod from Carol. I see a nod from John. All right, so I think there is a formal motion that can be made. Bob, I'm going to give you the floor to make that motion. Are you ready?
Oh, okay, boy, such a responsibility. I would make a motion that we send the fence ordinance change back to the Plan Commission for review. Given some of the issues. Huh?
Could I help you with a formal motion?
Yes, you could. Thank you.
Great. Maybe you want to say and make a motion to return ordinance L-2026-01 to the Plan Commission for further revisions on the topics of the 6-foot height.
Yes.
What other topics?
Neighbors.
Neighbor approval.
The need for neighbor approval and a default of 6 foot being a problem.
6 foot and neighbor approval. John, is that enough for you as the chair of the Plan Commission to take that back?
It is, Dietmar. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Great. Is there a second to that motion?
Yes.
Kate seconds that motion. Any further conversation, discussion on this? Seeing none. Julie, we're not going to call the roll on this one.
Thank you.
All those in favor, please raise your hand. Shabnam, I don't see you.
She dropped off.
Oh, shoot, what time did she drop off? I did.
When did Bob start talking?
No, 30 seconds ago.
30 seconds ago. We'll just say 10:20 for now, because that's when I.
All right, so the motion passes. Thank you, Bob. All
Thank
right.
you, Dietmar, for saving me
Hey.
from myself.
Yeah, team effort. All right, let's move on to 7B, Roman numeral 7, which is, Julie, do you need a bathroom break?
I would not say no.
Great. I would like to make a motion to have a 4-minute recess to use the bathroom, and then we will come back together. What time is it? 10:25. Is there a second to that? Second. All those in favor? Approved. Oh, Shabnam, you're back.
Sorry, sorry about that. I was trying to get in.
Well, sorry, we have a 4-minute recess. We're coming back at 10:25 to use the bathroom.
John laughed. Yep. Yep, that makes sense. Thanks, Rocky.
Yes, you do. I do.
And then say, why are you supporting this? And you give one second.
Well.
So I was trying to.
Go ahead.
I need split. This one.
Thanks.
So then we go. Sound. And when this. Look how.
Really trouble. I don't have the answer, Sam. Sam, maybe you know the answer to this question. If it's about utilities. No, you might actually know the answer to this though. It's not about utilities, although this analysis on that was good. Yeah, your analysis was that, right? So the question is, Greg Land B. He is the one who will moderate that. Why? Because David has always used. David then part. Okay.
Why is it technology?
I think that they.
This is not presidential.
Right, so this is like
pretty low key, right?
Yeah,
So
this
we're
is,
in the.
that's how I see it, yeah.
So, and I'm running. I think it's pretty low
I
key.
think that
Like,
the problem is that if you have an open forum, you'll have some people that dominate.
The same ordinance.
And so that's why you absolutely lock this whole thing, and they'll try to keep.
Thanks for bringing us up there. Sorry.
statement.
Okay.
But I think that the questions on those submitted as an answer, so that you can consider the name of it, I think. Did I have the order? Isn't that how it works?
I could use the bathroom break as well.
Oh, is that so? Because you asked, yeah, well, no, the question for one, they haven't been asked. Oh, yes, absolutely.
It's just-
And because there's I was a question, my questions in the notes.
Oh, yeah. Question.
I did ask
Sure.
her, she said she-
Is that so? And I think the kind of farmers only now. And it's a. Yeah. I did it one year.
You realize that?
What?
Your penultimate, like second to last.
Right?
Right? 'Cause March is your.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's really dumb.
So in this case, I'm not sure if that's the solicitor present right now.
But that's you be as well. Oh, seriously.
That's why.
So that would be the first.
Yeah, I should like. Yeah, sure. First with the last.
Yeah.
They don't like doing that.
That's why we can't. They can use over your dog. We're not for responsibility.
Your choice.
If my little wrapper on.
You have your choice.
Our stash. They eliminate.
It's like a Norwegian.
Regular officers. Are you hard candy?
Whatever.
Is this what keeps you going over here?
All right, here we go. Seventh inning. About right, yeah.
Honestly,
No, they fought. They actually. No, I actually helped Susan. Yeah. And I've been here for 30 years. I'm gonna say that I just been in the process of anything. And I still.
And that was there. I guarantee you.
Never mind. Really are. I can't trust them.
All right, folks, Sam, you don't want to stay?
I would love to stay if I could answer questions.
Got it. All right, well, let's get going. Mark?
Won't be answered tomorrow morning.
Good luck to you. Let's call you back to the dais and I see Shabnam, Bob, and John, you guys are all here as well. So, Julie, the time is 10:26. We're a minute late. But I think we'll let that one slide. I think Mark was talking to this gentleman over there, which didn't allow us to start on time. So anyway, let's roll. So we're back in session here. We are on agenda item 7B, Roman numeral 8, discussion. No, I'm sorry, Roman numeral 7, discussion and possible action, MGE shared solar programs. John Imes. John, the floor is yours.
Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, my memo's in the packet. The PDF presentation is in the packet. I had sent the memo to MG&E. Also sent it to Katie Lindquist and Nate Miller with the Green Club. Heard back from Nate. He was very supportive of us going in this direction. MG&E reached out today and said my memo wasn't exactly correct, and so it's my understanding that it's $1,850 for year one, And then the incremental increase in the KW for the clean energy portion, which was, I think, 1.12 cents per KW. I have not asked MG&E. I haven't worked with Brian on this since we got this information on what the overall impact would be financially. I don't think it'll be in the magnitude that was raised earlier, but I think we should probably find out that information specifically to share with the board before we go forward. But it'd be the one-time capital payment and then the incremental increase in the KW. I'll just mention, we have a sustainability plan. We set a goal. This project is becoming available, the solar project in Cross Plains. This is subscriber-based. Whatever we're not able to secure in our, towards our goal of 100% clean energy, certainly Madison is in the queue to kind of pick up the rest, and then we'll miss the opportunity to add clean energy to our portfolio consistent with our sustainability plan. So Nate and I have been emailing back and forth. He's very supportive. I'd like to nail down the actual magnitude of the dollars and be in a position to address it. Brian, was there anything you wanted to add regarding this?
Not on this one, John. No.
Okay. So Dietmar, I'm welcome to try to answer any questions. The information's in the packet. It's a lot later where you guys are than where I'm at. So I'll defer to the board if they want to discuss this further, or if we want to move this to the March agenda.
Well, what I maybe took away from your comment is that the information that's in the board packet is not accurate enough to even act on, and that if there is any action that needs to take place, we want to do that with accurate information. So you'll come back at a future point in time.
I was just because we had sent it to MG&E. I sent it to MG&E last week. I just didn't hear back till today that he took a look at it and he was like, no, it's actually this. So I'd like to be able to communicate to the board and to the public what this is.
All right, great, thank you. Kate? Yep.
Are we able to, once something is on the agenda, doesn't it need a year to put it back on?
There are, oh my gosh, now I don't have this in front of me. I'm gonna look at the institutional. If it's voted down, it can't come back.
It's voted down a year. Okay.
Got it. That's what we all agreed to. So in this instance, I think we're simply deferring this to a future meeting, and that is the general consensus of the body here. As I look around, see head nodding. Shabnam, are you on? Maybe. I don't want to skip over you. Bob, is there general head nodding from you on that? Okay, head nodding, John. Okay, so Shabnam, I don't see you on, but it sounds like the majority here is just tabling this for a future meeting. Okay, Julie, does that work for you in the record? Yes. Or the minutes, I should say.
So just consensus is to table.
Correct. Mm-hmm. All right. Sorry, I have to do one administrative thing for myself here. Okay, thank you. I'm done with that. Apologies. Let's move on to 7B, Roman numeral 3, which is discussion and possible action. 8, my goodness. I apologize. Changing the 2026 village board meeting time to 6 p.m. lot fee. And Shabnam, I think you're still absent here?
She just told me she lost internet connection.
Got it. All right. Does anybody want to speak on Shabnam's behalf, or the information that's in the package should be sufficient for conversation? Brian, you never get to lead this up. Do you want to lead this up?
mean, I think this one's pretty self-explanatory. She's just trying to change it an hour earlier, which I think we're all in agreement would be beneficial at this late hour. So let's call a motion.
Okay,
See if we go forward.
let's, Shabnam, someone is gonna put a motion forward. Carol,
I'll move to change 2026 village board meeting times to 6 PM.
seconded by Mark. Any discussion on this matter?
Would it be effective immediately for March?
That's
Yeah, okay, I'm just clarifying.
clarification. Any other comments? Seeing none. Does anybody want to call the roll on this one, or can we just do a simple vote?
Who seconded Mark?
Mark seconded.
Thank you,
Yeah.
sorry.
All right. So I get the sense that there's a motion on the floor, a motion made by Carol, seconded by Mark. And the idea is to move forward with 6 PM start times for the calendar year 2026. So starting in March, all the way through the December meeting. Is everybody and that's inferred in your motion, but I'm just clarifying that.
Yep.
Okay?
And that'll just be for regular meetings.
Regular
Obviously, the
board
Board
meetings.
could do something different,
Yes.
special meeting.
Regular board meetings.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, everybody clear? All those in favor, raise your hand. Great, that motion passes. All right, we're done with that. Bob, you're up again. This is line item, agenda item 7B, Roman numeral 9. And the discussion, this is a discussion topic only, and it has to do with the village canine proposal. And Bob, this has your name all over it. So I would like to give you the opportunity to add more color in addition to what's in the board packet, if you choose to do so.
Thank you, Dietmar. Yeah, this got a little mixed up because I did actually have a motion, a write-up and a motion that I did submit for the meeting, but through something happened in the ether and it didn't make it. And you do have in the, I don't want to go through and talk about all the aspects of the canine unit. I think everybody is familiar, except to say that this evolved out of the ad hoc committee about a year and a half ago that Carol chaired in looking at police retention, and canine unit came up as one of those issues. I chair public health and safety, and we've been discussing this issue. And the committee asks that this issue be brought forward to the board. And the essence of what we're trying to achieve here is that Jamie Weitzel would like to go out and look at the potential for charitable contributions to support not only the creation, but the maintenance and long-term financial needs of a canine unit. So this is not asking to spend money. It's not asking to establish a canine unit. It's really, Jamie is just asking for the blessing of the board to investigate the potential of this. So I want to make that real clear, that it's not budgeted. There's not going to be any cost other than Jamie's time, which, knowing Jamie, she'll do it largely on her own time. So that's what's before the board. I don't, because it was written up as discussion only, I don't know if Jamie can get that thumbs up through a straw poll from the board, or we have to wait and maybe this has to be an actual motion. I hesitate to do that because if it gets voted down, then we can't ever address this again. So again, I don't think at this point, I know there was a question about impact on staff time. And I think that originated from the fact that if there are charitable contributions, that certain funds would need to be set up. I think Jamie has looked into some alternatives for that, and if she's on the line, she might be able to explain that if anybody has a question. But at this point, there are questions that aren't answered, but this is just to give a green light to go ahead and investigate the potential for this. So I would take any questions anybody has.
Yeah.
And
so
Brian,
thank-
and ask Brian if maybe he could speak to this as well, since he put in his thoughts in the packet introductions.
All right. Thank you, Bob. Brian, do you want to take that opportunity to add anything else?
Yeah, I mean, these were a couple of the questions when Julie and I primarily were meeting and reviewing the agenda notes. It just came to mind as discussion pieces, and we wanted to more or less ensure that the board supports the endeavor, at least discussing it. These couple of bullet points listed here about who is going to be the established backup officer for the K-9 unit if the primary officer is on vacations or training emergencies. The things that you don't really think about, but you got to realize that someone has to be established to fulfill those roles. Any potential department cost increases that would be incurred if a officer became the K-9 primary officer, and then insurance costs to bring a K-9 on into the village. I will defer a little to Julie on the last one. It was the staff situation about creating new accounts. We just assume with this being a donation driven fundraising endeavor that she's going to have to establish a new account. And we're behind as is right now. So maybe that isn't a great time for that, but I understand the urgency of Jamie looking into this and trying to get this started as soon as possible. So.
All right. Well, let's take the temperature of the board on this one. Trustees, comments. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Bob, for that commentary.
I do see, Dietmar, that Jamie has her hand up.
I don't see anything.
Well, I just did.
It's Jamie. I did have my hand up, but I took it down. I guess I'm just kind of echoing what Bob said about that this was part of an ad hoc committee back in April of 2024, and they made recommendations to move forward to present it to the board for implementation of a K-9 unit to help with retention. It's only going to cost $1,200 for extra insurance. And like I said, everything is going to be through fundraising and donations. I've already, with the help of Officer Collicott, got Spring Harbor Vet to provide all vet care for the life of the dog. Earthwise is providing food. I've already talked to a couple of businesses, and quite a few residents are very excited about it and are willing to donate to this cause. So if you guys have any other questions, I can try to answer them or have that information for the next board meeting.
Thank you, Chief. All right. I'm going to turn to trustees here. So Bob talked, Brian talked, Chief Weitzel provided commentary here. Mark, you look like you're puzzled.
No, I do have a question for Jamie, and is there a loss of, a short-term loss, mind you, but a loss of policing during the training period that's going to go on here as this one officer is focused on training the dog and working with the dog? Does that diminish patrols, diminish officers from other duties?
Great question. So the initial training where the officer and the dog do their recertification and their certification together, that would obviously take some officers away from the schedule, but it's just like any other training that we send officers to, right? We cover it, we cover the shifts, we cover to make sure that there's 24-hour coverage. So that would really only be the time that there would be an officer away significant amount of time. I can't remember or recall how long that training actually is. But we would put something in the policy saying that the officer could only do training when there's 2 or more people on, and they could do it on duty time. So we don't have to pay extra money for them to go and do their certification. And then if they have to go assist another outside agency, kind of similar to the drone, we would make sure that there's someone here working. So there's no one out of the village, if that makes sense.
That's helpful. And then there was also a comment made earlier during public comment about the availability of the K-9 unit in Madison to serve the needs of the village through mutual aid. Could you talk about that a little bit, whether in fact that resource is available to you or the constraints?
So yes, we do have the availability from Madison PD and Dane County, but they're not always available, or they are on vacation. So it's not always readily available. But like anything else, we can request mutual aid from any agency. But a canine here would allow for rapid response, improving officer safety, especially in missing persons. We have a lot of people that suffer from Alzheimer's and dementia, so that could definitely help with the response time of trying to find missing people that are suffering from cognitive delays as well. So I don't know if that answered your question or not.
It does. Thank you, Jane.
All right. Mark, does that conclude your line of questioning?
It does.
No? Thank you. Let's go to someone else here. Kate or Carol? Kate.
Sure. So this came out of an April 2024 meeting, is that right?
Ad hoc series of meetings.
When I look at the state of the village right now, I just think the world in April 2024 was very different than where we're at right now. So I hear, it sounds like this was a retention, solution. And it seems like we also have addressed retention in other ways, for example, through our recent union, contract. We also just voted last meeting to put, a couple $1 million into this building to increase police facilities. So I think my mindset right now, this seems like a nice to have. I think in the packet in 2024, there were 3 missing people cases and 3 narcotics cases. So 6 total in the entire year. So I feel that the need and demand right now is not where it's at in this village to make this kind of investment. And I do feel like we have addressed a lot of the retention issues already. And my point of view would be to not pursue this further right now, especially given the state of, where we're at as a village holistically, that we really need to focus on the critical must-do things. And I do not feel that a K-9 unit is one of those.
Thank you, Kate. Carol, do you want to add your comments?
Yeah,
Or views, opinions?
yes, thanks. I basically concur with Kate. Even though I was the chair of that ad hoc committee, we came up with a range of possibilities, including the drone, which was implemented. The dog, I understand that there are liability issues, and I just want to clarify the insurance number that was quoted, $1,200 a year. Is that to insure the investment in the dog, or is that liability insurance, or both? I know that there have been some concerns about liability. Yeah, so I mean, I think I'm just bringing that up. I'm not actually waiting for an answer. I feel that this isn't the time. We have existential threat in our admin area, and I just don't know if we all have the bandwidth for a dog. And I appreciate very much Chief's work on this, pushing on it, getting donations and getting in-kind donations, and it's all a lot of work. I'm just not there right now.
All right, thank you, Carol. John, I want to give you an opportunity to speak.
I don't have much more to add, Dietmar. I always viewed this as a retention opportunity, and so anything we could do to do that, I'm in favor of. Chief's really doing the legwork on this. We've got some support in the community. I still think it's worth pursuing while we address these bigger concerns that we've discussed tonight.
Okay. Thank you for that sentiment. Mark, we still don't know where you stand on this. I guess if I could summarize, I've got a notion of no and no from Kate and Carol, and a yes and yes from John and Bob. What's your sentiment on this?
Well, I don't know, I guess I'm leaning against it, but I still have an open mind, and I wonder, since this is no motion, discussion only tonight, I was happy to hear the discussion, and I think we should just move on.
Okay, so
that's my opinion.
Is it fair to characterize your definite maybe?
Yeah, I guess a definite maybe. No, okay, all right,
Definite maybe. I guess so Bob, this is a discussion only. I'll just add my 2 cents and I won't belabor the point. At this point in time, I would say there's not a need or want to really pursue this any further from my perspective. So, and that's it, and it can be left at that. So maybe the tally is there are 3 no's, 2 yeses, and a definite maybe. And wherever that leaves you, that's the score on the discussion point. The informal straw
Okay,
poll.
well, fair enough. I'll take it back to the committee and let them know that's the situation, and perhaps we'll keep it in our files, and if things change, we maybe you can revisit it. And but I appreciate everybody listening, and I'm sure the chief does as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chief Weitzel. And thank you, Bob. All right, let's move on here. So that takes care of the K-9 proposal. Then for the audience watching here, or both that are in person and those watching online, if you recall, we're on now agenda item 7B, Roman numeral 10. But Roman numeral 10 has been switched around with 11. So to make this more confusing, what was the approved agenda is the discussion and possible action, Im's resignation request, which is sponsored by me and by Carol and me. So that is the agenda item that's in front of us right now, which is still Roman numeral 10. So I'm going to be so bold here and try to take the lead. John, I am asking you to resign again, and I will continue to share that sentiment with you and this body and our constituents. And it seems like that the conversations that we've had over the last few months really have not taken hold, at least to my understanding of the performance improvement plan even that the board had asked you to get on board with. And for those reasons, as I shared with you at the November special meeting, I think you have done in your duties as a trustee and as a president a lot of work. You were on a lot of boards. You've done good things for the village. But at this point in time, it has just proven in my eyes that I am, as a trustee, getting drug along onto conquests and missions that I don't agree with, in effect, being an ineffective leader. And it is for those reasons, and then this latest round of the performance improvement plan, which is really an HR issue, that I'm asking you to resign. And that is to clear the path for this body to operate effectively, and not only for this current body as it sits, but also for the next body that gets elected on April 7th. There are many topics that need to be discussed and decided upon. Some of them are very heavy, and it just appears to be that the leadership right now is not conducive to any meaningful action to take shape. So this is tough to say. I'm sure that it's even harder for you to hear, but I think it needs to be done, and it's an HR housekeeping issue that the board has to deal with. Now, constituents may have different views and opinions on this. This is a board conversation, and this is really endorsement that I'm seeking, that Carol and I are seeking from the board. This is listed as discussion and possible action, and one of those possible actions could be that the rest of the body, unlike the November meeting, where it's more of an informal request, as documented in the minutes, that it is a more formal request, perhaps by adding signatures to the letter that Carol and I composed. That's an option, or a different version in all of this. But that's what I have to say. I would like to honor your comments next, and then go around the room after that.
Thanks, Dietmar.
Yep.
So John, just to add a slightly different lens, we are asking again for your resignation for the reasons that that Dietmar outlined. This issue of leadership, which we first addressed in November. But then in January, in a special meeting, we discussed how the board feels about the office of president and how it should relate to the statutes as well. And this was essentially what Dietmar was just describing as a performance improvement plan, but also a way to better formulate the presidency for whomever comes next. And we talked about meetings with outside entities. We requested that another trustee be present at such meetings, or that they be handled by the administrator. Don't see any reason why that couldn't happen. In the intervening time, we've seen you send out some communications to villagers that some of us feel are inappropriate in how they were executed, only going to part of the village, not super transparent. Also, the appointments that are on the agenda tonight, while they are in the realm of the president to do, it's in our ordinances, as you have mentioned. However, the board has asked, and we are working on another way to do this that will be more transparent and just better. So yes, the statutes and the ordinances say one thing, but the rest of this body is asking you to do something new, something better. So just wanted to make that clear, that this is coming from the body.
All right, thank you, Carol. John, I guess I would like to give you the opportunity to either respond now or add any comments, or if you want to just take it in and then provide comment at the end.
Yeah.
I guess
No,
I'll look for that.
Yeah, I'll make just a quick comment. I understand there's been tensions. My focus remains as village president is stabilizing operations, supporting our staff, and doing the work residents expect. Over the past month since we talked about this, we've advanced zoning updates, facilities planning, long-term priorities that strengthen Sherwood Hills beyond any single controversy. And I think what matters most now is restoring civility, rebuilding trust, and keeping the village moving forward in a thoughtful and responsible way. Yeah, as you alluded to, I did send a letter out. My only regret with the letter was that I named a trustee specifically. If I had thought that through a little bit better, maybe had a little bit more time, I wouldn't have named the trustee. So I don't know if Shabnam is still on, but I sincerely apologize for including her name and personalizing it. And sorry, my energy is starting to go on the tablet. But I'll follow up with her personally on that. But I think that's all I'll say for right now.
All right, thank you, John. I do need to look to the rest of the body and get thoughts or comments, and you're within your rights to have none. But I think it needs to be fleshed out, and I would like to see some action out of this. This is me personally as one member of this body. So I'm going to pick on someone, and I'm going to pick on Mark next here. So please.
So let me start by going ahead and putting a motion out there.
Okay.
And then if it's seconded, we can continue the discussion and eventually vote on this matter. So my motion is a board motion to co-sign the letter as presented. I think it's important, as I've said all along, that we as trustees, we're just like residents. We have individual voices, but we have no authority. So I appreciate, as much as I appreciate you and Carol putting the letter together, it's you represent yourselves. And I always felt in this situation, it's really critical that the board, which is really the only power or the only entity with any authority here, speak on this issue. And the last time, I think when we addressed this issue with John, we talked, we had a straw poll, again, speaking as individuals. And I just felt in earlier conversations with you, I've said that it's really important that the message, I think at this point, come from the board. And so that's why I've structured the motion the way I have, so that the board isn't just requesting an action, but the board is buying into the explanation, the rationale described in the letter itself, so that it's more than just asking for a resignation, but here's the reasoning, here's the concern, and here's what we'd like to see happen. So that's where I am. I will obviously support my own motion. If someone else seconds it, then we go from there.
So that was a pretty long motion. That was like a 5-minute motion, but maybe that wasn't the motion. Your motion again is?
My motion again is board motion to co-sign the letter as presented.
Got it.
Just add the board to the signature line. That's.
Got it. Thank you. That's the motion on the
Just a
floor.
clarifying question. Which letter? The November?
The November
Letter.
10th letter.
Yes, okay. I will
Yeah,
se- I will
and
second
if you
that.
want to amend my motion to insert board motion to co-sign the February 10th letter as presented.
All right. So the motion on the floor right now that is awaiting a second is a motion to co-sign the November.
February.
February.
Oh, February?
February, yeah, the
That's what I wanted.
February,
You said November, so that's why I want to be very clear about this.
February 10th letter
February 10th letter.
as
So
presented in the packet.
the letter that's in the packet, that is your motion to co-sign the February
Does
10th.
someone have the
letter.
number of that in the packet?
Well, there's a copy of the letter,
Okay.
but
I just want to.
sure, no problem.
Page 154, if I can be so bold.
I'm sorry, John, I didn't get that. Say it again.
I think it's on page 154 of the packet.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second to this motion?
I'll second
Yes.
it if I may.
I'll
Oh,
second
she
it.
did. Kate did. That's better.
Kate, seconded the motion.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I spoke, Carol spoke, John, you spoke, Mark, you spoke, and that came with a motion as well. Bob and Kate, I would like to get, if, again, you have the opportunity to say, I don't want to add anything, but I'd like to give you an opportunity to speak. Bob, do you want to go next?
Sure. Thank you, Dietmar. I'm still a little confused about Mark's motion. Are you saying, Mark, that you would take this letter and it would just be signed, the signatory on it would be the board?
It would
Or
be adding the boards as a signer of the letter. It would not be removing.
individual
Dietmar Carroll.
trustees signing it?
It would be that not as trustees. That's the critical thing here is this is the board signing the letter. Okay, this letter has already been signed by two individuals. They happen to be trustees. But now I'm adding the board of the Village of Sherwood Hills as a signatory.
I see. And so that the approval of putting that signature on there is going to be based on a vote that we'll take of whether the board should be a signatory on this letter. Is that where you're going with this?
That is correct, yes.
Yeah.
That is the motion that's on the floor that has been seconded that will come up to a vote.
Okay. I don't have anything more to say. I said my piece at the January meeting, and I think anybody that wants to review that is welcome to. So I don't have any more to add here.
Thank you, Bob. Kate?
Yeah, I've said it before. I think the board needs new leadership. I've made that point earlier with respect to various topics tonight. I think it is time to take accountability. And so I'm in favor of signing this as a board. And I also ask for John for you to resign again.
All right. John, I think we've gone around the room here. I'd like to give you an opportunity to add anything else at the last minute before we will call the roll on this one.
No, Dimar, it's getting late for you guys, so please proceed.
All right. Shabnam, I just want to make sure that you're not on. I don't see you. But in case you are, I don't want to skip over you. Okay. It's not appear that Shabnam's on. So, Julie, I'd like you to call the roll. Before you do, I do want to clarify something, and this is brought up by resident Rocky Van Asten in conversation with Julie, and that is how the roll call actually happens. So thank you, Shabnam. I've got my Robert's Rules of Order here with me. Under 45, I guess section 4548, I'm going to read this just to everyone so that we're clear as to what the order of the roll call is and be consistent with Robert's Rules of Order. So the roll is called in alphabetical order, except that the presiding officer's name is called last, and only when it states his, let's just say their vote, will affect the result. It is too late after one person has answered to the roll call to renew the debate. Each member, and so on and so forth. So, anyways, in this instance, I am the presiding officer. I will be called on last, just to clear that up. Dr. Van Asten, Julie, thank you for that clarity. So, Julie, hopefully it doesn't muck up things on your end, but you will be calling it in alphabetical order, and then I will be called on last.
Okay, are we ready to call the vote?
I think we're ready to call the roll.
Carol Barford,
Yes.
Bob Falk,
Yes.
John Ives,
No.
Mark Letterer,
Yes.
John is absent right now, and Kate Elswick,
Yes.
and finally Pete Martin.
Yes.
Carries.
All right, that motion carries. I guess this might be too late, but who technically signs on behalf of the board?
I believe you would all sign.
Okay.
We'll put it as the Village of Shorewood Hills, the
The
village board, and then we would have all your signatures on there.
Got it. Thank you for that clarity.
Mhm.
All right. This brings us to the next agenda item. This is agenda item 7B, Roman numeral 10. And this topic is discussion and possible action, Trustee Lotfie's role in the village board, which is put on the agenda by Carol and me. So Carol, again, if I may be so bold, I'll just go ahead and sort of add my commentary to this. Very similar and in similar fashion to what we just talked about with John. I firmly believe that this is an HR issue. This is not an issue for the constituents, but for the board to consider. And only we as a body can govern ourselves and can control ourselves. Only we have these powers. So Carol and I have put together a letter that specifically addresses Trustee Lotfie and really from a perspective of making sure that we all continue to understand our roles, but more importantly, an incident that was self-described by her, and as that conforms to the standards and expectations that are laid out in statute. So I think with that, would like to turn it over to you, Carol, to provide your comments and thoughts to this and go from there.
Thank you.
I apologize. Shabnam is calling. So I'm going to accept this and put her on speakerphone. Shabnam? Shabnam, I'm going to put you on speakerphone so that the rest of the body can pick you up. We were looking for you online. And is that the reason why you're calling? Sure. Yep. Yeah, I will put you on speaker, and I guess in that way you can listen in to what's happening, okay? All right. So Shabnam is joining us for the record here. The time is 11:08, and she's calling on my phone. And Shabnam, you're on speaker. Can you hear us?
I can hear you guys.
Great. Just to catch you up on where we are in the agenda, we just finished our discussion and possible action on agenda item 7B, Roman numeral 10, and now we're on to 7B, Roman numeral 10, and now we're on to the item of Roman numeral 11, which is discussion and possible action about Trustee Lotfie's role on the village board, which was put on the agenda by Carol and me. And I just spoke, and Carol now has the floor. So you should be sufficiently caught up to speed now.
Yes, thanks, Dietmar. So this agenda item is not seeking to contest or rehash any of the facts of what happened on November 25th. We are using Shabnam's own account of events to say that there were actions taken by Shabnam that were not approved by the board. I mean, I know this sounds terribly obvious, but board members have no more authority than any other resident except as they vote as a member of the board. So in this agenda item, we're asking Shabnam to recommit to that standard of behavior. And I have to say, Kate Crowley's comment earlier about how we should all recommit to that standard right now, kind of like renewing your marriage vows, I guess. I don't have any problem with that. I am quite ready to reaffirm that I am intending, I'm up for re-election, might as well say it. I am intending to act as one of 7 as a board. Now there's always creep, we want to help, we want to get something done quicker, we want to alleviate the pressure on staff. The temptation is always there to step up and just do. But it's terribly important to remember that our constituents elect us to serve on a legislative body that votes, and that's what we're here to do. So I'm asking Shabnam to sign, and I'm also saying that I am quite ready to sign that if the rest of the board feels that that's the thing to do.
All right. Thank you, Carol. Shabnam, I'm going to give you an opportunity very, very much in the same way that I did to John after Carol and I spoke to react to what we said. And if you have any initial reactions, you could also speak later, or you could do both. So the choice is totally yours. Hello?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry that I can't see you.
Yep.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, please. That's what I just offered. So Shabnam, let me just clarify. Again, I'll state it again. We followed the same format. After Carol and I spoke, John had an opportunity to respond, and he also had an opportunity to respond at the very end. after everyone else went. And I want to afford you that same opportunity. So please.
Thank you. My question is, what did I'm a member of a board and I don't direct staff. What did I direct staff for? What, like, can I have some detail on that? What are we talking about? What did I do?
There, from my perspective, I don't want to litigate this or go through this. It is, in my opinion, that you went outside of your lane to interact with staff and take action that you weren't directed or asked to do by the board.
You are being incredibly vague. Be specific. How could you say you did something, but I can't really tell you what you did? You need to be specific. You're going to bring this in front of the board, in front of the public, and you don't have the ability to tell me exactly what I did? Come on.
Shabnam, thank you for that comment. Do you have anything else to add?
Yes, answer my question.
Shabnam, I answered my question. You didn't like the answer.
Okay.
You didn't like the answer, and I'm not willing to go down this route.
Julie Fitzgerald, please put it in the record that trustee Dietmar Basuner brought a motion to the board about my behavior, but cannot tell me what is wrong with my behavior. Please put that in the meeting minutes. Next person. Go ahead, next person. I'm waiting to listen.
I don't
Who's
think,
next?
I don't think you have the floor. So are you, I'm sorry. Shabnam, is there anything else that you would like? Is there anything else that you'd like to add?
I'd like Carol to tell me how I directed the staff outside my authority. Please tell me.
So this would be getting into the he said, she said realm. So I'll try to pick one that's the most clean cut as possible, which is that you called Computer Magic, which to request them to do something, which is not anything that any of us trustees are allowed to do.
Right, okay, now it's my turn to talk. I have something to say. Where is the outrage when Mark Lederer calls Vanderwall? Where is the outrage? I am for civility. I 1000% support civility, but this is a joke. You guys want to bring civility up with me right now? If this is just, where's the part about, like, when I talked to you guys and I sent an email and I told the whole board privately, and I did not tell the residents, that a trustee's spouse called me and said, you're a disgrace and you don't represent the majority. Where's the outrage over that? I didn't spread that to the residents. I shared it with the board. You want to talk about civility? Why didn't one of you reach out and say, Shabnam, I'm so sorry. That 30-second phone call with no other words, that must have been so hurtful. That's a reason we may never have another diverse voice on this board, because of how we continue to treat you. You guys voted for a committee agenda policy because it was about legality. When I went to David Sykes and I asked him, please don't change my agenda. What was wrong? What did I do with my agenda? That was how I was helping staff. I wrote that for my committees, instead of me wasting staff time, cluttering their email boxes, that public comments could go to the chair. That was what I wanted. The chair said no to. And somebody walked into that office and said, Shabnam, you cannot do that because it's a legal liability. And you all voted for it. And what else? Why isn't Carol Barford's personnel committee meeting following the agenda template? She gets to change words on her agenda and I don't. You guys pick and choose your outrage. You're the disgrace. You're the board that's got to get replaced, not me. I sit there and I fight for every single resident. Not one of them have I said no to. Not one of them have I disrespected. And you want to talk about, well, what about all the stuff that I've uncovered by going to Julie and asking, please, do you have this spreadsheet? Ryan Mooney could have shared it. You did not. You caused this. You are responsible for this. Mark Lederer, you could have responded to my email when I asked you for the spreadsheet. You want to pretend that you're so elite and you're so up above and civil? What about the civility and decency in responding to a trustee's email? When I emailed the board and I said I'm struggling with my relationship with Sharon, did Dima respond? No. Did Carol respond? No. Did Mark Letter respond? No. Did John Ives respond? No. You guys are cowards. You're fakes. You deserve the crap that's going on. And because of the residents who, some of them, I will not tell you who, they were quiet. The people that you guys don't even know stuff said to me, Shabnam, go get a lawyer. You need one. Everybody sees how fake your outrage is, how racist you guys are towards me. And I do have a lawyer now, and I will not speak anymore, except that I just learned a couple hours ago that this village is under criminal investigation. So before you try to knock me down, look at yourselves. You're disgusting.
Thank you, Shabnam. Are you done? I assume that's a yes. Mark, do you have anything that you'd like to add?
Yeah, what I'm hearing a lot of is the ends justify the means. And it troubles me. And it troubles me that.
You're the
Excuse me, Shabnam. Shabnam.
Yeah, wouldn't justify the means if you answered your emails. You don't answer your emails, Mark. You're the problem. The process is
Call to order. Shabnam, call to order here, please. Mark.
Floor is mine again.
Yep.
And the problem here, at the heart of it, is not the civility issue. The issue is the recognition of the legal principle that all authority resides in the board, not in the individual trustee. Okay? Trustees do not have authority. We have lots of responsibilities when we do not have authority. And if we exercise authority, if we direct staff, if we direct vendors, okay, not only does it violate that principle, but it also leads to a situation as a practical matter that invites chaos. Okay, that means that not only Shabnam, but Dietmar and Carol and I and Brian, you got 8 people, 7 trustees plus the administrator, all directing staff, all directing consultants, telling them what to do. It's totally unworkable. And it is in direct opposition to legal principles and to the chain of command. And I think this is really a fundamental misunderstanding that Shabnam has. And I'm going to read you briefly one sentence from an email that Shabnam wrote some years ago, but I think it encapsulates what we're dealing with here. And she writes, when there is a disagreement between the trustee and the administrator, the trustee's decision prevails. It goes to the very heart of the issue, and I don't think Shabnam to this point gets it. Is that no, when there's a disagreement between the staff, whether it's the administrator or any member of the staff and a trustee, or for that matter, any resident, okay? It's not that resident or that trustee that prevails. It's the board that directs the administrator, and it's the administrator that directs the staff. That's the legal principle, and that is the practical principle by which municipal government works in Wisconsin. And so I'm just troubled that this issue.
Excuse me, Shabnam, the floor is still with Mark.
So this is not about discrimination. This is not about incivility. This is about following the legal principle. And what I would say is the only practical way to exercise governance in a rational way. None of us would ever agree to work for an organization if we had to report to 8 different bosses. Okay? It's totally unworkable. And the only way that village government can work is the board, through the administrator, onto the staff. And I think that that's my understanding of what your letter is asking for. And like Carol, I'm more than happy to co-sign that letter myself, to agree to draft such a letter myself and sign it. I have no problem with that. And frankly, I don't understand why Shabnat has a problem with it, because that's the way the law is written. And it's the only way, as a practical matter, the village can govern itself. And that's my piece on this.
All right. Kate, would you like to add any comment?
I have no interest in discussing this further.
Thank you. John, would you like to add any comment?
I'll take Kate's lead. Thank you, Kate.
Would you like to add any comment?
No, I think I've said enough in the past. Thank you.
All right. So Shabnam, the floor is yours if you'd like to take it.
Yeah, first of all, I'll just add that Mark Lederer, reading that sentence from an email from years ago is, why don't you add some context to that? That when there's a questionable open meetings violation, it is the chair of the committee that decides whether there's a violation or not. And why would I write that sentence if I didn't ask Derek Punches or Matt Dredney for what, I don't know if I got their names right, for information? I would never. See, that's the difference between you guys and me. I fact check everything before I write. I don't just come up with ideas out of myself and think I know what the legal principle is. Mark, you want to talk legal principles? Why don't you prove to me a legal principle? You feel so comfortable, Mark, to say anything you want with so much confidence and make it sound like that's the absolute truth. Can you cite a legal principle? Absolutely not. But I guarantee you 1000%, because that's who I am. I don't have what you have. I don't get to just talk and my words are treated as truth. I make sure that everything I do is fact-based and true. So if I wrote that to you, it's because Derek Punches wrote me an email. All right. And if you guys want to come and say, why does Shabnam have a problem with this? Because it was on the agenda titled for Shabnam Lutfi. Why don't you guys title it for all trustees? You continue to defame me. You continue to disparage me. You all should be ashamed of yourself. I will not participate in anything when you guys are the ones responsible for this. If Brian Mooney could do his job, we wouldn't be here. He sits there quiet, doesn't say anything, and deflects. Let me use vague words. Vague words. We're really busy. We're working so hard. I give myself extra jobs, and then I complain why I can't take a vacation. Oh my gosh. And then we all fall for this. I guarantee you guys one thing though, 1000%. At the end of the day, no matter what you did to my name, no matter how much torture you put me through, this shit is coming to an end. We will have a new board one way or the other in April that's going to put an end to this bullshit. So at the end of the day, governance, good governance, fairness is going to win. The train is ending for you guys.
Thanks, Shabnam. Could you please not use profanities in your conversation?
You say that when Mark said bullshit. See, this is the thing. We could do a Netflix series on this. Why didn't you say that?
Great.
You're full of it.
Thank you. All right. What action does the board want to take, if any? Scanning the room.
We have a motion on the floor, right? Do we have
Not
none
now.
to sign?
Not yet.
That was John's motion. Yeah.
There's
Okay,
no
that
motion
was
that's on the floor.
What nobody notices is actually what I actually do. When we were working on Logic, I went to the police station. I talked to Dodsworth. I talked to Jan. I double checked to make sure they want this. I'm the one who asks the staff what they actually need and then fight for it. It's all just a bunch of words, just a bunch of speeches and talk about transparency and a lack of it. I'm out of here. I can't stay here. This is a waste of my time. Be fast if you want to make a motion. Whatever it is, I don't agree to it.
Okay. Thoughts, comments? Mark?
I'll go ahead and make a motion.
Okay.
The motion will be board motion to require all trustees' signatures for adherence to trustee roll by the March 17th, 2026 deadline. The board motion to require all trustees' signatures for adherence to trustee roll by March 17th, 2026.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right,
I want to make a comment. It's not that
Please.
we don't support civility. It's not that it's a bad motion, but there's a problem with it. It's the same thing as the civility pledge. There is no enforcement. That's where we struggle. You and I, Dietmar, me, Carol, and I think Kate kind of saw that one of the issues was John Ives getting to submit stuff into the board packet the day before. And there was an understanding that we would just send it to Brian, what we want to submit, and copy the other trustees. 3 or 4 trustees are doing it, but 2 or 3 are not. Mark Letterer, I didn't see your stuff until it came in the board packet. John Ives, I didn't see your stuff until it came to the board packet. So you can have these motions. But the problem is you have no enforcement. You have no way of making things accountable. They're not specific enough. I know you guys want better. I want better too, but it's the wrong. It's not enough. If you really want to make this a good place to govern, you got to care about the enforcement side of it, not pledges of we're going to follow the rules. It's too abstract.
okay, thank you for that comment. There's a motion that's on the floor that's been seconded. Are there any other comments that want to be added?
I would add a comment,
Sure.
which is that there is no enforcement. We're not asking you to resign. I had a conversation with Shabnam very recently, and I said, she's the most out there trustee. She does very brave things. She does things that need to be done, and also plays fast and loose with the rules. So it's not that we want you to go. We're not asking you to resign. We're just concerned with these issues of how the board is supposed to operate.
I had one other. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just how trustees are supposed to operate as part of the board.
Shabnam, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I did speak with the staff about this, and one of the comments I got back was like everything got blown out of proportion. It wasn't the way it's all documented in closed session meetings. It didn't happen that way. It was one snowball after another, and it was the camel that broke its back. And I take the hit for it, but I am not an uncivil person. I do not walk outside my boundaries. I think I actually stay within boundaries. I actually follow the rules. If I'm coming off a little bit more aggressive lately and outspoken, as I mentioned to Carol, it's because diplomacy is not an option for me. I realized that when Sharon was there, that if I couldn't convince 9 trustees or 7 trustees with tears, please don't waive 3 readings of an ordinance in one day. You shouldn't do that. And nobody could hear me. Then I would never have diplomacy. When I was standing up for the services committee, I couldn't be heard. So I realized that it's not an option for me. I can't call Dietmar the way Kate can. I can't have a conversation with Carol the way Dietmar can. I am excluded. So it allows me to be brave. It allows me to say what I want. But I swear to God on my honor that I'm not an aggressive, abusive, violent, hostile person that was bullying the staff. I was desperate. I was drowning. I was begging for this gaslighting to stop. I care so much for the residents and for everybody and for law and process there was nothing left for me but to go and beg Julie, please, do you have the documents? And I felt stupid. Then I believed John when he said staff had them. And then I felt more stupid when Chrissy apparently did have it, but didn't acknowledge it. And then the other thing that hurts my heart so much is that I asked the staff, why did you guys call the police on me? And that never happened. Then Chrissy's email back to me was like, well, it was warranted. And I asked her why it was warranted. And she just wrote that to piss me off. That none of this would have even happened if she didn't want to just piss me off. Nicole Shipman went to go look for Chrissy and in Jamie's office. So from the whole beginning of all this, it was a setup. This is painful for me too.
All right. So there's a motion that's on the floor that's been seconded. I don't think anybody else has anything to add. I see that John and Bob dropped off.
Bob is there, but he's not.
John's there.
Okay.
Same with John.
All right. Is everybody clear on the motion that's on the floor?
Can you see my nodding now, Dietmar?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Is everybody clear that's on the motion? Is everybody clear on the motion that is on the floor? Yes? Okay. All right. So, Julie, can you please call the roll?
Ken. Carol Barford,
Yes.
Bob Falk,
Yes.
Mark Lederer,
Yes.
Shadnam Whitby,
I can't vote for anything without my attorney involved.
abstention.
Are you abstaining, Shabnam?
If whatever you want to do it, I'm not voting, I'm abstaining without my attorney.
Sorry, I went out of order. John Imes
Yes.
and Kate Alswick,
I'm abstaining.
and finally Dietmar.
Yes. All right. That brings that agenda topic to close. Shabnam, do you want to stay on the phone, on my phone?
Thank you, Dietmar. I don't need to. Thank you. Bye.
Shabnam is dropping off. It's 11:35. All right, we're on to agenda item 9, which is reports of officials and committees. John Imes, President, do you have anything to report?
I do, Dietmar. I was just going to say, with the Plan Commission meeting, we had a conversation with John Flad regarding redevelopment that he has in mind on property that he owns along the University Avenue corridor. This was an early, non-binding, conceptual conversation. Of course, no approvals, no commitments or entitlements were being considered. And the goal during that meeting was to assess how the concepts align with the University Avenue corridor plan and to provide some initial feedback to inform any future refinement. This was a developer-initiated request for Plan Commission input on property, as I said, that the developer already owns. I won't go through more than that, especially given the time. Brian, I think John Flad provided additional hard copies of the booklet that was provided to commission members. We also had one available for residents that stopped in Village Hall, but I think he was going to produce some for trustees as well moving forward. So those will be available for trustees to pick up at their convenience. And of course, you can forward any questions that you have to Brian so that they could be shared with the Plan Commission, or feel free to contact me. That would be helpful moving forward. And I think that's all I had tonight.
All right, thank you, John.
I have a question. Were there any other trustees present in that meeting? John?
At the Plan Commission meeting, Mark was there.
With John Flad.
Yeah, we extended an invitation in December for Mark and Dietmar to attend that meeting on January 12th. I know Mark was planning right up to the last moment, but he was, I think, returning from travel, and there was other things that was preventing him from attending.
No, there were no other trustees
Mark and
there.
Dietmar, were you actually invited to this meeting?
We were invited and
And neither
and we
attended?
declined.
And so no other trustees were asked to attend?
That's to John.
Yeah, John, there were no
No,
other trustees?
no, I had every expectation that a fellow plan commission member and a member of the finance committee were going to, find time in their schedule to be able to attend that meeting.
Okay, Mark.
Yeah, so this is probably a time when the board should consider, now that this process has started, and I believe it's in the right place. Maybe didn't get there the right way, but it's in the right place. But this is an opportunity for the board to give any guidance to the plan commission about how this process should unfold from here. Okay? I mean, the plan commission's been through this before, and the plan commission can do its thing. But if the board wants this rollout to inform the public, how do you want to, all the issues associated with this, if the board wants to weigh in.
I think
Point of order. Yeah, that's not on the agenda, so you can't really do it right now.
Yeah, it would be for like a future agenda item.
Sure.
But otherwise, the plan commission will do its thing.
All right, any other comments, John, for village president? Bob, I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Dietmar. I just have sort of a newsworthy item. I don't know if this is appropriate, the appropriate time or place.
You know, it's not on the agenda right now.
Okay,
So the answer is no.
all right.
John, anything else?
No, Dietmar, that's all I had tonight.
Thank you. Then Brian, on to you. You want to add anything in addition to the meeting information?
Two things that are noted in my report. The water rate case I mentioned earlier this evening. The PSC approved the water rate case, and the new rates will be going into effect, and there will be notification on the village website and a part of the next round of utility bills to inform residents of that. And then last, I've been in communication for a couple of weeks now with the League of Wisconsin Municipalities about some training sessions to alleviate concerns that have been brought forward by residents and board discussion and some of the committee meeting structures and discussions. So we're going to have a workday session, training session for village employees and the village board, along with village residents. Hopefully that can be tailored for a town hall evening meeting. The two dates that are going to be involved, April 21st for 3 listening sessions, where board, staff, and residents can understand the needs and communicate and have the League of Wisconsin Municipalities tailor the training appropriate to what they'd like to learn more about. And then on the 28th, there will be 2 training sessions. Again, one of them could be the possible evening town hall for residents, where the staff will provide resources, and the League of Wisconsin Municipalities Executive Director Jerry Deshane, I believe, is going to be leading that session.
All right. Thank you, Brian. Chief
Question.
White, yep.
So question
please.
for Brian, just
Yeah.
Coming off of the RFP, or I just want to get an update on the RFP process after we voted January.
The RFP process for the
village, for,
facilities
810,
Yes.
barely started it.
Bob, you have your hand up. Do you have a question for Brian?
No, but I see that this section is a report of officials and committees. And what I was gonna talk about is out of the committee. Do I not get to bring information from the committee?
You're absolutely right. In previous meetings, that there was a component of committee. Unfortunately, it's not on the agenda. And I guess
But
you're
it
gonna have to
says
be somewhat.
report of officials and committees.
Just doesn't list the
But it doesn't list
individual
the
committees.
committee. There is no committee there under A, B, or C.
All right.
Sorry, Bob. Julian, technical error.
It was a technical error because I didn't have anything from committees to put in, and so when I took out the list, I
Yeah.
apologize, I didn't take out.
So Bob, did you hear Julie?
So we have to go through a whole process just to mention something out of the committee or an update from the committee. We've got to, submit a form, or used to be that we just had committees and do any, is there anything from any of the committees they'd like to report?
Julie, I'm gonna look to you as our person to keep us in check here to follow the right format.
I believe since
So-
it is a clerical error and this is under reports of officials and committees,
Yep.
that it is appropriate and we would not be off topic because it's not like we ever list anything specific under that category. It was a clerical error by my part because I had nothing from other committees at the time. So it should have been left on there, but our agenda does specify committees. So I think we're legally okay.
All right, but Bob, just to follow form and function here, can you just send an email to everybody to share this information with you so we don't?
Actually, it would be better to have him speak because an email to everybody would not be open, but if he speaks here,
Okay.
it will be open to the.
Thank you for letting me work through this.
Sorry.
Bob, go ahead.
You're giving me
Floor is yours.
permission to speak now?
That is correct.
Okay, well, I just wanted to mention, and maybe this is a little good news. As you may recall, we applied for a Department of Transportation Safe Streets for All grant. The board had approved that participation along with the financial in-kind contribution. We also approved a ad hoc committee. Well, we just found out that the grant, that it has been signed by the Department of Transportation. So, but I think we're now in a situation, this is why I bring it up to the board, because, we had allocated money and, for the matching grant, we needed to pay 20% to get the full amount. And, where that money, we'd have to go back and look and where that money was going to come from. And I understand we're in financial difficulties right now, but I wanted to make the board aware of this, that we did get confirmation after a full year of not knowing what was going to happen. So that's all I had to say.
All right, thank you, Bob. I'm gonna move this along here to get out of here. Chief, the chief's report is in the packet. I see the chief is not on. Everybody feel content with that? See general head nodding, that's roll. So it leads us to future agenda items. There are 2 items on here for future agenda items. Are there any other agenda items that want to be added to be discussed at a future point in time? And remember, if you do put it on here, that means it has to come with deliverables as well. Please.
Yes, I think we should, I'm gonna strike my item, process for amending chapters 1 and 2. I think we need to do it, but I see no immediate prospect of being able to do that. So I just don't think that's useful to continue to post it for another 12 months and still not get to it.
Okay. So striking item A off
Yep.
of future agenda items.
Yep.
Do you want to add something in its stead?
Not this time,
All right,
but I'll write a memo if I do.
got it. Kate, Carol, Bob, John? Seeing none, all right. We're getting down to the last agenda item, which talks about adjournment. So we've run out of things to talk about. Let's sit here, stare at each other, or I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
I'm going to assume unanimous consent unless somebody raises their hand.
There we go.
All right. We're adjourned. You guys didn't really hear that.
So, can I give you guys just one piece of background on the fence?
Thank you.
I wrote that, so when I wrote this noise and sound ordinance, we were redoing the whole time to 11:47. And we were looking for other communities, and that's when we found out